Welcome, one and all, to the Pacific414 YouTube channel 100 subscribers celebration. I am your host, Mike, and this evening I am joined by fellow YouTubers. First, the man who's been in my corner this whole time, the Nerdporeal Lifeform himself, the Admiral.
Welcome. Or I mean, not welcome. Hi, how are you? Inspection is approved.
Here, I thought you were going to say your channel. Welcome.
Yeah, I should have said that.
Next, we have Cashmoney.
What's up?
Next, I know this man from watching many of videos on a member stream with Doomcock. Please welcome Baron Orman Tagge.
Hey, Mike, how you doing? Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming. Next, we have Deleted Scene. Welcome, Deleted Scene.
Good evening. Thank you. And congratulations on 100 subs.
Thank you very much. And next, a very good friend of mine. He's also a musician. Please welcome King Pheenix.
Hey, yo, everyone. How you doing? Congrats on the hitting it, man. Keep going.
Thank you, brother.
To the moon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I get underway with the rules, I do want to thank some members of the chat for coming in. First, I want to thank the Star Wars guys. Thank you, Captain. And if you're not familiar as to why I'm calling him Captain, well, every Tuesday night at 9 o'clock Eastern, we do a little show with Nerdporeal Lifeform, the Admiral, Mr. Spock's Friday Nights, also Brandon, the anime guy. Cashmoney will be joining us Tuesday, Lord Crit, and myself and Master Paul, called Tuesday Night Trek. And coming up on Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be talking about Star Trek V.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I actually like Star Trek V. Thank you. Thank you.
I know you do.
I also want to thank Godzillionaire for coming by. Thank you very much. And of course, Baron, thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me here. I'm glad I saw that invite. So just got off with the Primetime Kings. So it's like, oh, perfect timing.
And next, I want to thank Alan Copeland. And by the way, guys, before I go any further, if you want to plug your channels and put your channel links in the chat, go right ahead. Because Baron does great things on his channel. Keeps it simple and gets right to the point. I want to thank Alan Copeland for stopping by. And of course, Deleted Scene, thank you very much. Let's see, we also had Leia Rose, Godzillionaire. We had Zax. Thank you, Zax. Always good to see familiar faces come by. And let's see who else we have. Who are you and why are you here?
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you, Chaos. Or as you're calling yourself tonight, Pit Viper.
That's one of my old pilot names.
So, welcome, one and all. Now, I do want to go through some guidelines real quick. We can talk about anything that you want to talk about except for politics. The moment somebody talks about politics, 5-minute timeout.
So I can't talk about.
Does that include the U.S. Constitution? or law?
I knew you would do something like this.
What about my viewpoints of
You
King
didn't
Harald
contain him, did you?
So we can't discuss, Article 1, about the
Fair
legislative
enough,
branch.
Aaron. Fair enough. Oh, you guys. What am I going to do with you
I saw
guys?
that coming.
Oh, man.
So,
You invited us. It's your fault.
You can't take Nerd anywhere. You just can't. I don't know. Some days he just doesn't pay enough cash or credit. That's the problem.
yeah.
Mama always said a nerd's gonna do what a nerd's gonna do.
Cash, you're getting paid for this? Where's my money?
I know, right? No, only
I'm outta
Nerdporeal
here.
pays me. Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know how I pay you. I'm gonna end up getting beaten like poor Brian and Family Guy. Where's my money, man? Where's my money?
Where's my money?
You got till 5
Where's my
o'clock.
money,
You hear?
man?
You got till 5 o'clock.
By the way, I do want to have a word with you, Viper. Where have you been? Where have you been? Your two soldiers have been playing War Thunder per your instructions and grinding, and you've been AWOL. Where have you been?
Ooh.
Well, I've been, handling
excuses,
other
mister.
departments like the
Dereliction of
Department
duty.
of Zombie Destruction,
I
and
don't know what's going on.
Dereliction
I
of
got
duty.
arrested.
That's all.
I got arrested and sent to Prison Island. I got arrested and I got sent to Prison Island.
So,
But they're trying to hurt me.
okay. So,
Isn't that nearby Gilligan's Island?
yes, it is right next door.
I don't know,
thought so.
but I hope I find Ginger.
I was thinking
okay,
Mary
yeah,
Ann.
Ginger. I want Mary Ann. Yeah, there we go. Mary Ann.
I hear they give 3-hour tours.
Haha.
Oh my.
So, like I said, topics are pretty much open except for politics. So, if there's anything that's grinding your gears, let me know right now.
You literally just
first off,
shut down to everything.
He's no fun. No.
Santa's
Big
Inc.
shut
is currently grinding my gears. Crit and I
Oh,
watched that. Oh, God.
Oh.
We watched. Crit was like, "Hey, you want to watch this?" I said, "Oh, you son of a."
Yeah.
It's bad. It's really bad. I've seen some bad entertainment. That one is just
Hold on, whoa.
literally
Why?
bad.
Why are you spreading misinformation?
He's not spreading misinformation.
No, he called it entertainment. That's misinformation, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Got a point. He's got a point. There is a point there.
That's a fair.
Well, first of all,
fair point.
Pacific. First of all, what's it like to be at 100? I'm only stuck at 40 here. You got 60 more people than me. What does it feel like to be at 100?
Yeah, congrats on that.
It feels strange because when I started this whole thing, I only thought I was going to be at 2. Especially when I first started talking about my favorite team, the Cubs. I thought, how many people are going to really want to come to a channel where all I'm talking about or complaining about, bitching about is the Cubs?
Yeah,
Oh, you'd be
consider your channel when it
surprised,
first
man.
came out, Mike's therapy channel.
You'd be surprised. I feel like 2016, you guys won the World Series. Then it's like, is it going to be another 100 years before you guys do it again? It feels that way because you guys are having fire sales. I'm a baseball fan. I'm a Dodger fan, Mike. So,
I really wanted to see a rematch between the Dodgers and the Astros. Dodgers
I
to
know.
kick the Astros' ass.
Yeah, I know. I did too. Especially after what's happened recently. Yes.
Well, I think I can honestly say that the Cubs is America's underdog team. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
When it comes right down to it, I think deep down, everybody kind of roots for because it was that long stretch.
It was a
not
long
getting-
stretch. I mean, people
And-
thought they were
Indeed.
goats, and
So
And when I started this channel, I knew I didn't want to center it just around the Cubs alone. I knew I had to add something else to it. So I thought, well, let me just go ahead and add
Hello again.
things I like. So I like watching movies. I like watching, TV shows, and I'm a big Star Trek fan. Thanks to Pheenix, I got into Doctor Who.
oh yeah.
So, Star Wars too. So I knew I wanted to talk about that, but I knew I didn't want to be like everybody else that I saw doing YouTube. I knew I wanted to stand out and be my own guy. So when I give you my episode reviews or movie reviews, it's my honest thoughts and honest take on watching that show or movie. When I, am giving you a recap of the Cubs, well, if I happen to be angry, it's because I saw something stupid during the game and it's really irking me.
Well, and that's the important thing is you got to be from the heart.
Sense.
Really. You have to be from the heart. You got to be honest. Let's face it. People out there who watch you know when you're doing BS. When you're not, you're going to a line or something. If you're out there, you're being honest, even if you're wrong, but you're doing it from the heart and how it really is to you. They'll gravitate you. They'll understand that. They'll go, okay, I'd rather listen to this person than the one that's the snake oil salesman that has the nice 3-piece suit. Sounds good, looks good, and all that, but I don't want the BS.
No,
I'll go with the guy with the polk high or what. It doesn't matter as long as you're getting that honesty. And I think that's the big thing. And I've been able to be lucky enough to be surrounded by so many people that are that way, and that's what really got me going to this. And so I can see why you got to 100, and I hope you get to a 200 before the year end. And I think it can happen.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Baron.
So, guys,
I really appreciate it.
Mike, you just reminded me of something I wanted to talk about with you guys. So, because the Doctor Who.
Hail to coffee on Korriban. And Viper, you're cutting out. Come in, Viper.
Wait,
don't tell me you're turning in your wings.
We're having some technical difficulties here.
No.
Did the old Simpsons technical difficulties card crushing it and yanked off the side of the screen?
So what I gathered from this is basically don't copy off of other YouTubers when it comes to reviews. Okay, got it.
Okay,
That's what I try to do. That's my style.
Well, there's certain YouTubers that talk about the same
Mic check,
subject
mic check.
that day. So yeah. Oh,
Mike, check.
I'm checking.
Check. Okay.
I don't see anything to check.
So when you mentioned Doctor Who earlier, and I was like, that remind me. And the slow, painful death of our most beloved sci-fi series. So what are your guys' take on Bob Iger getting replaced?
Didn't he already get replaced last year?
Yeah,
like 2 years ago?
Right.
By Bob Chapek?
I'm scanning for any life forms, but I'm not picking up any life signs.
Who knows what's going on in that?
So, I mean, the way they're describing
as the chairman of Disney.
Yeah, there's a glimmer of hope. They hired this new woman, and she's like business oriented, like she's consumer orientated. I'm like, oh, does this mean Disney will get back to trying to make things fans want to buy instead of us telling us what we should like?
This is different from Bob
I was wondering
Chapek.
what you guys heard about that.
I saw that.
Chapek?
I don't know. I find it's easy to.
I saw a brief video. I think Midnight's Edge about it.
Oh.
Well,
there's a small chance they're going to be course correcting.
I'm not getting my hopes.
I mean, they might start making. They might. Well, I'm saying I think that there's a small chance Star Wars might course correct.
You need a new story group for that.
I'm going to tell you why I'm being pessimistic about it. Because I'm going to relate this to the Cubs. After they got rid of Anthony Rizzo, Javi Baez, and Chris Bryant, they kept saying, don't worry, we're going to spend in the offseason. And for anybody who pays attention to baseball, if you notice before Wednesday's CBA deadline that they had, and they pretty much couldn't come to an agreement because they're all greedy, but there was a flurry of moves, trades, and signings. And they're bragging about getting Marcus Stroman. Good. We got a good pitcher, but will he perform on the north side of Chicago? That's the question. It's happened before where the Cubs have signed somebody who you think, oh, I would love to see that guy in the Cub uniform. Then he's in that Cub uniform, and it's like, okay, who is this guy? And where's the guy that we saw in that other team's uniform? And a perfect example of that is Jason Hayward in the 8-year contract that the Cubs signed him to. And we've only gotten one good year. And there's 2 more years of that contract left.
Yeah, it's brutal. Well, the Dodgers lost Corey Seager to free agency and Scherzer. So it just happens, sadly, but we're not in the Cubs situation.
Just because you have a business-minded person coming in there doesn't mean jack. Bob Iger was business-minded. It's what they were taught in business. A lot of these hunyucks do not are not trained. They're trained by someone who went to a school that went on a train to another person that never had really a full experience in that world. And so right now we have an industry that is Twitter based, so where you have the blue-haired land whales out there with their twits. So you got 3 of them out there making all these screens because they have no job, no nothing. They're just sitting around while the rest of us work. Most of us out there in the world, we sit back and enjoy. They're wanting to listen to the Twitter twats instead of listening to people like us. And when they see they go, "Oh, why am I not making the money?" Well, why are you listening to them instead of us? We are the ones that say what we like. You're taking away what we like. We're answering you. Our answer is not Twitter. Our answer is the pocketbook. We're not going to buy your movies. We're not going to.
I think it goes deeper than that.
Okay.
It's because they became, like I said, most of Hollywood became activists. They became activists. Okay,
so money's
if it was
no
all
longer
about making money, even they would have stopped this after The Last Jedi. They would have stopped it after Ghostbusters 2016. They're so fanatical that they're willing to die on the financial hill to try to preach to everyone. This woman seems different. I don't know. I'm getting a different vibe from the small amount of information I got about her. I didn't even know she existed until I saw Midnight Edge's video today. So I was like, wait a minute, where did this chick come from?
Yeah, they're very interested in cultural change right now. And this is the result of
Well, it's not cultural
Nerdporeal
change. It's more like cultural destabilization, which we've seen this happen.
Well, I think the other thing you're going to let people see.
Did you get emergency beamed out?
I think he did. I think the one thing also we have to throw in this is ego and hubris. These actors, actresses, writers, comic writers, and all that, they're not getting their praise that they want. They're not getting the recognition. I mean, we all know Cary Grant. We all know Tom Selleck. We can list all these people off. But all these new people that are in here are not getting that recognition because no one's watching their stuff. Eventually, no matter what type of cultural change you're going to want, these people are going to get pissed and say, hey, I am not getting the advertising revenue that a lot of these people get. A lot of these people, even the big shots, they won't do commercials here. They'll do it across the sea. So they'll be in Japan doing these commercials. They're not even getting that. So they're losing that revenue. They're losing that fame. They're losing the people going, oh, how wonderful you are. Yeah, sure, you got the Twitter ones, but they're not recognized on the street. And a lot of them, they're like, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. But they want that. They feed off of that, especially if they're on TV or are in the movies, because they don't have the instant gratification of an audience in a stage play. So where do they get it? They get it from conventions. They get it on the street. They get it from the average person, and they're not getting that. So I think you're going to have that revolution. It's not just the business-minded on there. You're going to have that ego, which is rightly so. They deserve that. They're out there. That's what they're working for. They're not getting that gratification. And I think that's where you're going to have that base revolution inside Hollywood today.
You're right, Baron. You're absolutely right.
I mean, valid points.
For every bad movie that we get one Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed that.
No, whoa. You mean for every 100 pieces of crap we get a Ghostbusters Afterlife, you mean?
I agree.
There has been some good stuff. I mean, I saw House of Gucci. I enjoyed that. I mean, Ridley Scott's still around. I thought the Last Duel was really good, but that bombed at the box
I do want to
office.
see The Last Duel. Was it any good?
So freaking good. It's really good.
But for every good movie, how many pieces of crap have been out there? Like, I'm a little pessimistic now because of, She-Man and the Mistresses of the Universe and now this Bad Santa Incorporated. I'm like, he's just pumping out garbage. And don't get me on Cuties.
So much for
I
Kevin
refuse
Smith.
to watch that one.
Like, wow.
No. I dropped Netflix.
I refuse to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop
my
is
friend. My life.
Yeah, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is
my
a
lifelong
disgrace to
friend.
the original anime.
Cowboy Bebop is a disgrace. That's a disgrace to film. Okay, but still, my so-called best friend, longest known friend, Mike, forced me to watch 5 episodes of Mistresses of the Universe. Universe.
Wrong.
We watched.
You watched one episode of Mistresses of the Universe. You left me to the other 4.
It must have felt like 5 episodes, son.
Yeah. We did that in the
Oh,
Hangar
yeah, I
Bay.
did. It felt...
Mike, we watched that with Crit. Crit was
he's right.
Let's try this. Let's see what's going on. Oh, what
the
hell is this?
It was so terrible. It felt like 5 episodes.
It was. It started off fine, Mike, and then it went. It just there was just a nuclear bomb. It just exploded. It was like wine. What Tila? This is not Tila.
Oh,
if you watch any of He-Man, this is
Tila's
not freaking Tila. Tila's a badass, like the 2002 show. This is not Tila. This whiny person, I don't care if she's got a man, woman, child, whatever the heck she's got, but my God.
Her response would have been, I'm pretty sure the real Tila would have been like, I knew it. So deep down inside, I knew it. You were always gone when he was around. I knew something was up. You should have told me, though, you punk. Let's go kick some more ass. I mean, that was what she would have said. She would have been like, wait, what? Okay. She would have been like, oh, you're a secret badass. Okay. Now show me how to do it too.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, even in the Masters of the Universe live action film, she was badass.
Yes, she is. I mean, that movie's corny, but it still makes sense to the source material to an extent. It really does. Like there is a plot there, and it's goofy, but I would still watch that 100,000 more times than this new He-Man show.
Would you watch Masters of the Universe?
Guys,
would you watch
before we continue, guys? I do want to say hello to the Smoking Patriot and also my co-host from Over the Barricade podcast, QuidmanJenkins. And trust me, Quidman and I can tell you what's going on in AEW right now, and we are not liking it.
Not at all.
Hey, Quidman.
How's it going, y'all?
How's it going?
What's up?
What's up, y'all? Oh, all right, guys. I'm going to tag out real quick.
Okay.
I have a salad to munch on, and I will join you guys shortly.
And then you're going to find an avatar, right? No?
Huh?
I'm gonna drop out too. So can I plug?
I'll be back.
Go ahead and plug away, brother.
So check my channel out, the Nerdporeal Lifeform. Not the Admiral. The Admiral is just something I added just because it's it's awesome. But right now I'm trying to finish up a Donkey Kong 40th anniversary retrospective.
Oh.
So hopefully I want to get that out tonight. And another project I want to do this week is a project kind of introducing the Expanse to normies and stuff. So, and then one other thing, I want to do a Christmas stream on the 17th. Everyone's invited to join. There's going to be fundraising. It's going to be me and my friends talking Christmas stories with some Christmas music in the background. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck. And there'll be giveaways if you donate. So, and this is for Toys for Tots, by the way. So,
fantastic,
good stuff.
So I just have to. I've never put together like a fund me or anything. So it's gonna be a learning curve for me. So that's what I'm up to. So thanks for having me on, Mike. Congratulations on 100 subs, 100 sub sandwiches. Hopefully they're all Italian subs because they're really good. And take care.
You too, brother. I'll see you Tuesday.
See you Tuesday.
Yep. See you Tuesday, man.
Take care.
I'm actually quite partial to flatbreads myself.
Nothing wrong with a good flatbread.
It also depends where you're getting your subs from, too. So
that is a factor. That is also a factor. If you're eating yoga mat flatbreads from Subway, it might be one thing. But
I'm sorry, you just got to say Publix, and everything else is beat.
I actually haven't had the Publix sub yet.
Oh, their subs.
You got to come back and visit the area, brother.
Well, no, we have Publix here. I like their cakes. I like their bakery.
Their bakery's so good.
Yeah, dude. My wife and I, we get the supreme chocolate ganache cake for like every big event, for our anniversary, for everything. We get that cake. Birthdays,
nice.
We get that cake.
Yeah, whenever my
my family back in Florida, whenever they make homemade pizzas, they actually go to the Publix just up the road, and they actually have pre-made pizza dough that they make fresh in-house that you can just buy. So all you got to do is just take it, work it into your however big of a pie you want, and then make your pizza.
That's interesting. I did not know that. I'll have to try that sometime. I make a lot of different homemade pizzas with different stuff. I make a Chick-fil-A pizza even that I like to make, and so I had to try that sometime.
A Chick-fil-A pizza.
A Chick-fil-A pizza. You use pizza crust. Instead of pizza sauce, you use Chick-fil-A sauce. And then on top of that, I like to use pepper jack cheese. And then I actually make my own Chick-fil-A chicken. So I use like a wash and seasoning mix to make it whatever you want. But I do that. I put pickles. I put chopped bell peppers. Season it with Tony's, some barbecue seasoning, crushed red pepper. A few other things, and bake that thing, and it's just deliciousness.
I mean,
delicious.
Chick-fil-A sauce is good and all, but that honey roasted barbecue, man, that's where it's at. That's the secret sauce right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good, but it's something about that Chick-fil-A sauce. For me, personally.
I mean, I ain't hating on the Chick-fil-A sauce, but the honey roasted barbecue, it is truly the secret sauce, because I guarantee you get 10 people, at least 7 to 8 of them will never have heard of honey roasted barbecue. Surprisingly, a lot of people I know, they're like, wait, this sauce exists? They try it. They're like, oh my God, this might be my new favorite sauce now.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's definitely good.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm deprived of my area. I'm deprived of a lot of this in my area.
Well, if you ever come, I'm just going to say the state. If you ever come to North Carolina, I'm not going to say exactly where, because I don't want somebody trying to find me unexpectedly. But if you ever come to North Carolina by the Atlantic Ocean, there is one in this area.
And it's like up there, though. Like, it's far from you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. See, I moved out towards the city part of North Carolina, so we've got like one on almost every. Well, I don't want to say every corner, but we've got a lot more. We got a lot more.
And
I'll just wait till baseball season, and then I'll just listen for whenever a Cubs game is being played, so that way I can hear Mike just cursing. You hear, "Oh, you! How come I'll be like,
why did you guys have a fire sale?" I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, trust me, I'm not proud of it, but those videos are here on the channel where you see me just so ticked off. I mean, thinking back to one game in particular, it was after a 5-game road trip where the Cubs went to Colorado, and then they ended the road trip in Los Angeles. Well, they only won one of those games in Colorado, and then another game in Los Angeles. I'm sorry, it wasn't a 5-game road trip; it was a 6-game road trip. Cubs only went 2-4 on that road trip, and it was, excuse me, 2019. John Lackey, was it John Lackey? Yeah, it was some Cubs pitcher I didn't like at the time. Anyways, he gives up the game-winning home run, and I'm so ticked off because of that. I'm ticked off because of their record on the road trip. I'm going, you guys, and I'll just use these glasses for example. I'm all, welcome to LA. Everything is so beautiful. The Dodgers are winning, the Cubs are losing. Then I take the glasses off, I clean them. I go, what kind of BS was that tonight?
Yeah.
I almost had a cussing fit myself for a little bit earlier today.
How did your Steelers do?
We won by 1 point.
Hey, I mean,
we won by 1
point. A win is a win. You take what you can get.
Well, and the thing is that it shouldn't have been that close. We had missed a point earlier in the game, so we were basically up a touchdown. And it was like, I don't remember the exact timestamp, but it was like a minute or less in the game. We do the kickoff, and it goes out of bounds. So the Ravens start at the 40, and our defense, of course, lets them go all the way down, scores the touchdown, but we stop them on the 2-point conversion. 1 point.
I don't know.
That's all we needed.
That's all you need.
I mean, I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm used to disappointment at this
Hey,
rate.
but your boys are on a run, though.
Okay, see, that's the thing. They'll get on this run, and everyone gets hope, and then next thing you know, it's like they take your face to a cheese grater and slowly, they'll
I'm
find ways
aware.
of ruining you.
I'm aware because I remember I think it was 2017. You guys space jammed our asses. We played you in Miami. Y'all stole our talent. We were doing great that season. Y'all were playing like trash. Y'all stole our talent, beat us in that game. And then later in the playoffs, we took our talent back and we leveled your backup quarterback, Bud Dupree did. And then we ended up winning that game.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to know how you know you have a bad team? When your former QB goes to Tennessee and ends up playing way better in Tennessee than he ever did with you. That's how you know your team is so poorly managed.
Right.
Well,
Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty.
Yep.
The mouse, the cat of doom.
That cat has been fed very well, Baron. Very
Well, there's a lot of fluff to this cat too.
Oh, is
Now-
yeah, I can see that.
He's fluffy. There's no doubt about it. Not like his brother was. His brother was a lot fluffier than him. But yeah, he's got a little bit of chubbiness to him. But he's a lot of fur too. That's what makes me a little nervous about what this winter is going to be like up here. He foofed out with the fur, that winter fur, very early this year. So I think it's going to be a cold, bitter one.
I had
right, Mouse.
There was some, I don't know, some cat, some stray cat. It hissed at me, so I hissed back at it. Baron made me mad that day.
Well, this cat was actually my daughter found him and his brother. His brother's no longer with us, sadly. His name was Bobo. This one's Mouse, M-A-U-S. That's the only way he was going to be called Mouse was a German spell.
Oh, okay.
But she found them as little kittens, like about 4-week-old kittens in the backyard at her mother's place. And it was just before the big freeze that was just going to hit there. So we just got them rescued just in time before they became kittensicles for whatever out there. But then this one decided he's going to own me. So he's my little pig furry pain in the butt. And yeah, he doesn't hiss at me, but he does give me the death glare. Don't you, Mouse? Yeah.
So I want to ask you guys a question. And give me your honest response. Apparently, Discovery had space ninjas or something like that.
I haven't watched.
What the hell?
What's this Discovery?
Technically,
you're about Star
Picard
Trek,
already had space ninjas to a degree.
Star Trek ended in 2005. I don't know about what the show is you're talking about.
Because remember what were they called in Picard? The Kawat Malat, I think is what they were called.
I don't know, some cult of Romulan women who hate life.
Who I guess they were dressed kind of like ninja monks, I think, and then they would only help if the cause was great enough, and even though it could lead to death, the cause had to be great, and of course the only male they had was an orphan whom they brought in, who had you know what? I'm just gonna stop because I'm gonna go on a rant.
Can I ask what might sound like a stupid question?
Go ahead, deleted scenes.
Since when does Star Trek have ninjas?
Oh,
never did.
Ninja Trek.
I mean,
every time someone tries to explain Picard or Discovery to me, I think they're drunk or insane.
I mean,
because I don't believe what they're telling me.
I mean, when did a Romulan carry around a cutlass like a pirate? I mean, when did Romulans start doing that?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know.
Well, because they never did. I mean,
nope.
Again, the rants I could go on.
I have
when
a
the
question,
inmates ran the asylum.
I have a question because I'm not a Trekkie, so I just want to clarify something real quick. So when we say space ninjas, are we talking about ninjas in space, or are we talking about stealthy interior designers?
I have to get back to you on that.
Okay, please let me know.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm visualizing it correctly because I haven't seen it. So I just want to make sure, I'm got the right idea.
Quidman, if we thought this past week of AEW was bad and we're about to give up on the AEW product, trust me, you would watch one episode of Star Trek Discovery and you would look at me and say, is this Star Trek? And I'd look at you and go, no. You want to know why? Let me take myself off camera real quick as I grab it.
I mean, do you want to know how bad Star Trek Discovery is? First season, we find out that the Klingons are
Ooh.
Well, because here's my thing. If we're talking about giving, Neil Armstrong martial arts lessons, that's one thing. But if we're talking about, like, you're going to make me watch a show about, like, Marie Kondo getting martial arts lessons, like, that's a different story. Like, I would watch that.
I refuse to even watch the show, even when they had it on CBS for their little freebie, one episode on the network. I just saw so much of what that show was. And I saw a little bit of Picard. I saw like the first episode of Picard. It's like, oh, this could be interesting. And it's like, oh, you went into the toilet awfully fast. And, compare what this is to Star Trek is. I don't even want to go there because just be foul-mouthed, and I don't want to be that. But the original Star Trek thoughts, ideas, what I always talk about. They were proud of the fact that they pushed boundaries on stuff. You had there wasn't the first interracial kiss on TV, but Star Trek had one of the first ones. They had talked about issues. It wasn't political in the sense of a political party. But they had, they talked social issues, ideas, even the most ridiculous episodes like Trouble with Triples, which is humorous. It was hitting a subject about environmental impacts of things. So now we move into this garbage that's disguising itself, like I call it faux Trek. They're proud because they said the first F-bomb in Star Trek, and that's what they're holding. They're holding high on the mantle. Hey, we said the F-bomb. Ain't that great? That is the difference right there. You went, and Mouse had it right there when he raised the tail. And that is the big difference right there. I mean, you went from having something where you actually thought about things to, okay, let's see what we can get away with the cussing and swearing, gutter decks. Let's have this big, huge animated orgy going on. This isn't Star Trek.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, I tried watching Lower Decks. And I couldn't do it. So I have a sense of humor, but I don't need it in Star Trek. You look at Star Trek 4, the humor was done right because it was a fish out of water tale.
Right.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
And there was always humor in Star Trek in one fashion or another. Again, like Trouble with Triples. That was a humorous episode, but it had serious undertones. Mud. A humorous episode, but still had serious undertones to it. Even with we had serious episodes, you had little interjections of humor here, whether it be between McCoy and Spock or whatever character. There'd be a drop, so there'd be a little break in that seriousness, but got back into it. And you could have yourself a comedic Star Trek show. You could have one animated show as long as it was an official one, but it has to be done right. This is like Seth Rogen going out there doing Santa Inc. in space. And the same aspect of, what are you doing with Santa? They're doing the Star Trek in this. It's not the same animal. And I also said you had a classical English. So whether it's Star Trek, the original series, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Enterprise, Voyager, things were spoken with a classic English. What I mean is they weren't interjecting modern day euphemisms, slang. When you did interject slang in like the original series with the apple, the way to eat it, with the space hippies, and they were doing the slang. The characters were in the joke as we were. We didn't know what they were saying. Spock and Kirk didn't know what they're saying. That was part of the humor, the joke with it in that serious episode. These shows, they're interjecting, again, modern slang, modern euphemism, all across the board, which means this show is going to become very dated, very fast. And that's why the original Trek, Next Generation, Discovery, not Discovery, but the Enterprise, Voyager, Deep Space Nine will always be timeless. Because you can open that show up 50 years from now, and you'll understand what's all being said there. You'll watch this.
That's
garbage.
not true, but anyways.
Well, you don't think so? Why not?
Not true what Matt said. Matt's a buddy of mine, so I do not like Santa Inc. Santa Inc. can go in the trash, light it on fire, and watch it burn.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's just it. I mean, this is Gutter Decks is Santa Inc. and Star Trek. I mean, this.
Yeah.
So that's the big difference right there for someone who's not that hasn't been really given to the Star Trek world. What's the big difference between the two?
Yeah, I mean, so Quidman, let me just tell you, first season of Discovery, here's what you get. You find out that Klingons eat their own. They eat their own. You find out that one of the characters is actually a Klingon that was surgically altered and reconstructed to look human and then sexually assaulted. And you see the sexual assault, fully nude Klingon, everything, sex scene going on. Like we're talking, hard, you see all that, everything, no hiding anything. What do you see? Oh, you see people's throats getting slit and cut like it was out of Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
This is in the first season. We're not even talking about the next seasons.
Oh gosh!
This is what
Don't
you
get
get
me
within the
started on
first,
last
like,
season. Don't get me
7-8
started on last
episodes.
season.
It
I
doesn't sound
reviewed
very
that
appealing.
that piece of shit last season, and I barely survived. You know what helped me survive? The Mandalorian. That's what helped me survive. And before we continue, and I identify as a Klingon, I want to welcome Spock.
Hello, humans.
Yeah, the last season of Discovery. You mean the one where a mentally challenged, and I'm saying that because that's literally what the alien was. He was mentally challenged, who could somehow control dilithium to the point where when he has a temper tantrum, he can literally cause dilithium, which is the primary energy source for faster than light travel, cause it to literally go up in smoke all throughout the galaxy at a moment's notice. Whenever he has a temper tantrum.
I reviewed. Yes, I reviewed. It was either Terraformer Part 1 or Terraformer Part 2, where somebody, got mad at me because I confused the guy that was playing the Guardian of Forever with another guy. At that point, I was getting to the point in my own mind where I hate this shit.
Hey, Mike, who was that guy that I met that I had him call you? Wasn't he a Klingon?
Oh, yes. Yes. Hold on. Let me grab it.
This sounds like an interesting story.
J.G. Hertzler.
Oh!
Yeah, I was at a convention, and I go to a lot of conventions, and one of the guests was a Star Trek guest, and I had no idea. So I was working with Mike at the time, and so I was like, hey, is this guy of any interest to you? And he was like, yeah, absolutely. So I went to meet him because, this was one of the smaller ones where everybody's basically free. What?
You kept calling him Matlock. You kept driving me crazy by calling him Matlock.
Yeah, I kept calling him Matlock. But anyway, so he was free to meet him. And I went up and I was like, hey, man, look, I don't know you, but my coworker is a really big fan. Would you please just, if I call him, will you talk to him real quick or leave him a message? And Mike was at work, so he left him a voicemail. And then I saw him again the next morning at the cafe and chatted with him for a little bit. And he was just a super cool dude.
Very approachable.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, I've met a lot of different. There it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It took me a minute. I was trying to realize who was the Matlock. Oh, okay, Martok. That makes sense.
Martok.
Yeah, yeah. The only I think he's the only actual Star Trek actor to be in Axanar still. I think all the others they had bailed.
Well, he was a cool guy.
Still the only one. I've heard he's a nice guy.
I would put him in the top 10 people I've met.
Here's another signature I treasure.
Oh boy.
Oh.
I got mine somewhere too.
Damn it,
Oh,
where?
nice, dude.
Loxana Troy. That's awesome.
I gotta find it, but I've actually got a Vic Mignogna as Kirk signed autograph photo, but I don't remember where the hell I put it.
I know so much about him, Smoking Patriot, that I didn't know about him before, and especially recently, it's crazy.
I actually spoke with him briefly once.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sad what happened to him. You know, it's unfair.
Well, what about what happened this weekend at the Los Angeles Comic-Con?
Oh yeah,
he was an invited guest of the booth.
That's why I didn't
and
go
then
to
the
it.
Comic-Con kicks him out.
Right.
I was literally in the same town too, but after I heard that, I was like, yeah, I'm not going.
It's lame.
He was,
I
he was
think
on
it
Yellow
brings up
Flash's stream last night, by the way.
I think it brings up an important discussion to be had about the rights of people who have the booths at these things. You know, you pay for the booth, and is it not within your right to have somebody at that booth? Like they didn't have any disclaimer up prior to. I do feel like, you know, one way or the other, whatever your thoughts on him are, I just think that right there, you have to look at things from an analytical point of view. There's no disclaimer saying you can't do this. There was no ban on him formally announced, and it was their booth that they paid for. Do they not have the right to have somebody in as a guest if they think that that's going to draw business to them?
Right.
And Vic did hit those points when he was being interviewed. I can't remember whose chat that was. He was on a live stream, but he hit those points. It's like, I'm not here as a guest. I never said I was a guest of the convention. I was a guest for this table. Other tables had their guests too. By Matt making me come over here, they have lost hundreds of dollars in revenue because people were coming specifically to see him at that booth. And there was some sort of, obviously some sort of breach, you would say. There was a breach because they lost good faith in that. So whatever their viewpoint is, as he sat back and said, these people, these little Twitter heads didn't want to be around him. There's another side of the convention. You can be over there. You don't have to come over and bother me.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you saw that story, Baron, but the one about Chris Sabat. I think it's Sabat, yeah. Christopher Sabat. They closed down. He helped close down like a COVID center in California to have a con, and people were like, "What is this? It's just bizarre."
Yeah,
tell me about that. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I think it was in San Francisco. Yeah, it was in San Francisco. It was a story I read, and he helped close down a COVID testing center or whatever to put a con there. And it's like, what?
That's
you can go look it up. It's just weird. You hear these things, and I'm like, oh, right, Christopher Sabat. It's like, why do I know so much about this guy? Oh, right, because of the Vic Mignogna thing. And I looked into it, and I didn't know much at all about Vic Mignogna, but I am an anime guy to an extent, and I was just like, what is this? This is crazy.
Yeah, I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z, but I know he also plays as Broly, which is awesome.
Yeah, it was in, what was it? It was only a few years ago. It was like, what, 2 years ago, I want to say, that Dragon Ball Z movie.
Actually, so Vic Mignogna played Broly in the original Broly film back in the day as well. And then he reprised his role. Yeah, he reprised his role for Dragon Ball Super Broly, and he also did his role in the Dragon Ball Fighters game as Z Broly. But by the time that the controversy came about, Super Broly was about to be brought in. So that is at that point they brought in what's the guy's name? He was a Power Ranger.
Johnny on Bosch?
Yeah.
Wow,
great first guest.
Yeah, that's Adam.
So he's filling in now, and for the record, I mean, it's nothing against him. Vic has embraced him as his successor. He says he's a great job. He says if I had to pick somebody to success me, then that would be the guy. But yeah, no, I have to say that the story really surprised me because I've actually met Chris Sabat twice, and he is like top 5 nicest people I've ever met, and interacts with his fans, like takes time to meet people and talk to people and get to know people. So that's pretty surprising to me.
It's weird because like I don't know. I was doing some research one day and it's like, oh my gosh, they said there's so much drama within the voice acting community. And I was like, wow, that's too bad. I guess just like all this stuff, it's a mess. But yeah, Christopher just was like, oh, I'm happy to throw this man under the bus, Vic Mignogna. So I was like, oh, somebody even asked him about it at a con, and then it was bad because he actually then promoted himself. It's like, no, dude, just stop. Just don't do that.
I don't know
Here's-
too much
here's
about
the
the
thing,
story myself, but I know how unfair Vic was treated due to, just for creative reasons.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, and I'm 100%. I side with Vic, but and I'm probably going to get roasted for this, but I wonder, because the real driving force behind this story was actually Monica Rial, who was the one that started the
Mhm.
whole
Yep.
deal.
Yes,
she was the one
she
with
did,
the
yes.
accusations.
Yes.
And what I'm wondering is, because let's be realistic here, the average demographic for an anime viewer now is, and I heard you guys kind of talking about it earlier, the whole activist scene. The average viewer for that, the average supporter, the person who's going to go out and buy anime products these days are these, younger generation, these activists. So I wonder if perhaps Chris wasn't pulled in a direction to support this thing because it was Monica, because of her views, who she is, if perhaps he wasn't kind of, I don't want to say forced, but kind of directed a little bit more to support it a little bit because of that. You kind of, I wonder about it. I'm not saying that's what happened. I just wonder if that played a factor.
It's possible.
Well, how's it going to be, though? Because if the woke is whining, the one thing the Japanese animation people over there won't do is kowtow to them. That's why manga is taking off and American comics are dying. That's why when they did, whether you liked it or not, Visions with Star Wars, they were always, we're respectful to what the source is. So it's like, don't you tell me to change what we have. They take great offense to that. And there'll be a big kibosh on it. If they start being told, oh, you got to change your stuff for the American market because you got to make it more woke and this, Japan will tell politely and tell them, honorable sir, F yourself.
Yeah.
And they will.
Yeah.
They will.
No, absolutely. But at the same time, if it's as simple as a voice actor change, they don't care. Especially when it's a secondary character, like Broly was. So, if it's a simple change like that versus, a more main series character like Vegeta, well, and obviously he does Vegeta, Piccolo, Yamcha, and a number of others. And he's also like the director and producer of the whole thing too. So I'm wondering if he is, as his role, as a more senior role in the development team of Dragon Ball, is saying, okay, I see a situation happening here. What do I need to do to ensure my financial success is continued as the head of this project?
Well, you go with what you had. You go with what you're successful with. That's what you do.
Yeah. Because let's just be real. All of us here, we are consumers of manga, anime, the stuff that, Vic Mignogna would fit into, really. We're the consumers, and the people that are going, ree, 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 they're screaming all this stuff. I guarantee you, if you asked them what anime was, they wouldn't know a damn thing about anime.
No.
Possible.
So
Probably
why are
not.
you going to pander to those who do not consume your product and shun those who do?
Yeah. We're seeing that everywhere,
Yeah.
Well, they think of PR, but they're learning. They're learning that the kowtow to those that do not consume your product is the wrong thing to do. At first, it's like, oh, these people are screaming and they're giving us bad. We have a media that's more than willing to go their way and give us a black eye out there. But then, of course, as the old saying goes, when you go woke, you go broke.
Yep.
Well, then they start realizing, well, if they're out there and they're saying all this bad stuff, eventually they're going to start getting the idea. Even bad press is good press. If the bad press is coming from the right people, it can only make us better, because all the people who are worried that we're going the way of the woke will start going, hey, they're bucking the system. They're going to come and buy our stuff. And
Well, the funny thing is they think that, they're like, oh, here's a lesbian character or here's a trans character. Okay, but it's like one-dimensional. It's like, oh, my feelings, I'm a victim. Instead of saying, oh, well, I'm going to fight with these people. I'm going to have an interesting background like you've seen with anime or you've seen with other characters. So it's just they don't go out of their way to make this stuff interesting, and then we're supposed to care about it. And we don't, because it's just it's not very good. It could be so much better.
I personally, a statement for the sake of a statement is worthless to me. First of all, it devalues the point that you're actually trying to make. So when you try to, like you said, like include a character like that, okay, cool, awesome, go ahead. But what does it add to the story? What significance does the inclusion of that character carry? Because if you don't make it carry anything, all you're doing is tiring people, aggravating them, and again, you're insulting that whatever it was, be it a gay character, a bisexual character, trans character, any kind of thing. You're insulting the character by saying, "Oh, hey, we have to have you here just because we have to have you here."
Yeah, just to have you here, and it's just insulting to people probably who are even gay in real life. It's just like, well, why can't my character do more? Or they take a character that's established and they change it, and they don't need to change it. Like, that's not the character, and that's not what makes the character interesting. But to them, it is. And so because Twitter says this, or these other people, or the people they hire, they're not hiring the ones who are making these fan projects. Look at the fan projects already that are on YouTube. They're only like 7 minutes, but they understand the characters. They understand the property. And those are the people they should be hiring.
I mean, I know a lesbian, and she's into comic books and such. She loves Harley and all those characters, but she absolutely hates the pandering crap out there. I mean, I just sit back and listen to her during Pride Week or Pride Month, and it's like, oh boy, it's like, okay, tell me how you honestly feel about it. So yeah, absolutely right. The average person out there who happens to be homosexual doesn't like this garbage.
Well, if you notice, the people that complain most aren't even the ones that are quote unquote affected by it.
Exactly.
It's somebody who is completely just irrelevant from the situation is the first one to complain about it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and it was, and going to like Discovery, and Pacific, I think I was telling you this, and Nerdporeal might have been there too in the conversation. I don't remember, but I said in Discovery, he's not even the chief, what do you call it? Chief engineer. I don't even know what his actual title is, but Stamets, the blonde-haired guy who looks over the mushrooms. The
mushroom
him
man,
and the doctor, they're in a gay relationship. And I told Pacific, I don't care that they're gay. The problem I have is that you just threw them in there, and there's no real story. You just threw them in there. It's like, give me actual story. Give me build them up as characters, build the relationship up and everything. It was
this is a funny comparison, but Patriot, look at Bortus and Clyden from Orville. It's a very weird comparison, but I mean, technically they're a gay couple that has a really cool development throughout the entire show. That doesn't feel just nudged in there.
I'm going to throw a real curveball in here. The big fallout that David Gerald had with Gene Roddenberry, and that was in the first season of Star Trek: The Next Generation. And Gene Roddenberry promised Gerald to do an episode about the AIDS crisis, because at that time, 1987, was about. So he wrote the episode Blood and Fire, or Fire and Blood, one of the two. I have a copy of the script, and I believe Phase 2, did actually do a version of that for their fan project. But back then, you had an opportunity for that to happen. Gene Roddenberry himself nixed it and really honked off Gerald. There was a perfect opportunity where they could have gone something like that, where they did explore it logically, and it would have been done well, because this is David Gerald, for crying out loud. And that was a missed opportunity if they really wanted to have that. And of course, now what do we have? Well, Orville is obviously out trekking Trek right now.
Yeah.
In that area.
Yeah.
I mean, for other reasons too of what they're trying to do to characters we already know, and I'm sure a lot of you know about what they're kind of trying to do to Spock in Strange New Worlds. I mean, it's just rumors at this point, but they're trying to make him homosexual, which for me is not a big problem if that applies to another character. But if you're talking about a Vulcan, especially Spock, they don't, especially in their view, they don't view that as logical, especially if they're trying to repopulate their planet or reproduce. How can they reproduce if it's a man and a man? I mean, logically they would say every time I have Ponfar, I have to go back to my wife, and there you go. That this doesn't make sense for these kind of changes, in especially a franchise we all know very dearly, it's just throws you out of it, and it's obviously appeasing to new fans rather than people who have bought all the merchandise to begin with.
Do you know where that came from? You want to know where that Spock is now bisexual or gay came from? It came from 70s fan fiction BS where you had little fangirls writing Kirk and Spock as homosexual lovers. And there was a whole slew of that in the 70s and early 80s. And that's where that came from.
That's what they do.
I mean,
should be kept to that.
Exactly.
Because like if it's just weird that they're trying to make that canon, and especially, I mean, I always thought personally Discovery should be placed in the Kelvin timeline just because of how advanced they're taking the approach of it, especially the ship, how it generates on this mushroom technology. It's a little bit, and if for people who haven't watched Star Trek yet, the original series that was in the 60s, their ships were pretty rudimentary even for 23rd century designs. They didn't have super sleek gray shiny materials and all. What they're doing with Discovery is they're bringing it a little bit too much into the future, where there's that little what's the word inconsistency, like there's not, it's not adding up with the timeline.
I mean, you talk about getting those check marks. Quidman can say this just as well as I can because we work together. He knew that anytime someone said to me, I can't do it, he knew how that made me feel. It's like, oh yeah, but you're not doing it at all. So let me do it because I'm willing to do the work. Even with my cerebral palsy, I'm willing to bust my butt. And it got ridiculous.
Well, imagine if all these people on Twitter just, instead of wanting to cancel people and wanted to, this has to be the way it is or else, or we're going to send this threat and this threat and whatever. And they could just create what they see in their minds. And I've told people this. Oh, do they get mad about that? It's like, why not? Why not create it? Because what? Because you're lazy and you feel these companies have to change things because that's the way it is? That's bullshit.
I agree. And I hate retconning, all this retconning that they're doing to these characters and franchises that have gone on, like Star Trek, for decades. And now all of a sudden, because it's popular, quote unquote popular, let's say, you want to retcon it to where, as Spock said, it doesn't even make any sense. Here's a better idea. And to my previous point, if you really want to do a service, if your intention is pure and it's what you truly say it is, and you want to do a service to this, minority group or whatever it is that you're targeting, make them a character, make them a brand new character, give them somebody fresh that they can
character. Yes,
exactly.
There you go.
Bring in a new character, write something, make something original that can make an impact. Give them something that's all their own. That's their guy. That's their girl. Give them something.
You said
that's
it, Quidman.
original.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just like
whoever wants to go.
Oh, and Cash, and you're stepping back saying it's not that they're just lazy; they don't have any talent. The best they can do is piss poor fan fiction.
But they don't want to. But they don't even want to try. They don't care. No. They don't even want to try. And there's so much even on YouTube that they can watch, but it's too much work for them. So instead, this is what they want to do. Let's destroy stuff, destroy this, destroy these properties. It's crazy. And then they get mad at us, call us racist, call us
They view it as like an opportunity. Spock is most looked upon when you even don't watch Star Trek. If you haven't watched Star Trek, a lot of people kind of get what Spock is. They know what he looks like. They've seen the hand salute. He's the most iconic piece of Star Trek, and they take that as an opportunity to where, let's push our agenda onto that character without having to create a new character because, hey, let's face it, it's not going to be as popular as Spock.
Yeah.
And I want to sit back, and Godzilla there has it just right there in the chat. And I was going to answer right in there, but I'm going to sit back and say it. He's absolutely freaking right. The Big Bang Theory is one of our biggest thorns in the side because it made normies out there. Forgive me for using the term normie, but people out there think that being a nerd and a geek is cool now, and they're all coming in there and they have no idea what they're talking about. When I played Star Wars role-playing games, the number of people that came to join the game, and this is fine. This is fine. I have no problem with it. But they've never seen a Star Wars film. Back in my mind, the first question I'm asking, well, why are you wanting to play for one? But the most important thing is you come in, you play to our rules. You do not change anything. And that's just it. You have these people who have no idea what this stuff is about, and they wanted to change it to them. And I do blame the Big Bang Theory. They made being geeky and nerdy and all this in science fiction fantasy hip and cool. It's the flavor of the month.
Well, they went away from that too. They went with the relationships. Like I like Sheldon in the Big Bang Theory. I like a lot of episodes, but they went away from the nerdy culture too, and so they focused on the thing. And then they had like one-liners, and for Sheldon, there was episodes in the last season that weren't even that good.
No,
you know, it's just
the first couple of seasons were funny.
Mm-hmm.
I liked the first couple of seasons, but as the show went along, it's like, where are you going from? And then all of a sudden, you start seeing creeping out the we have a new fad we need to join in, and this show is popular and it's funny and all that. It's like, this is like Friends with nerds. And now look what we got.
I enjoyed it, but Baron, like, I like Young Sheldon better. Young Sheldon overall is just funnier show, and it's just the things that they focus on. The younger Sheldon, little kid Sheldon, is just it's to me it's even better than the Big Bang. Because the Big Bang went away from stuff that worked. I liked the pop culture stuff. I liked that episode with Will Wheaton. That was really funny with the card game and Sheldon lost to Will Wheaton. I liked that episode with, what was it? They found like Carrie Fisher when she was still alive, but he ran into
James Earl Jones was on that episode.
James Earl Jones.
Yeah, James Earl Jones, and he says, "You like start me too." Like, that was so funny. You guys want to get some ice cream? It was funny, man.
And
when
they were on there,
and
when they were on that, it was good.
Yes.
But when they got away from it, it became that friends, nerdy friends. But we have to give Big Bang Theory a credit there. It was the first time Carrie Fisher and James Earl Jones were ever together on anything other than the voice of Darth Vader. They've never been together on anything.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, and something like, I am a huge Power Rangers fan ever since Mighty Morphin going back. All right, and I follow a lot of fans. I follow a lot of the fan projects that have been coming out, and they're gaining a lot of steam. And y'all ever heard of Superpower Beatdowns?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so it's called Bat in the Sun, and they did Superpower Beatdowns.
Sorry, I'm back.
And what they did is that they pitted two randoms against each other, like Black Panther versus Batman, or Scorpion versus the White Ranger.
I've seen these.
Ryu versus. Okay, so those guys, if you watch them, it's pretty good fan stuff for like a tiny budget. We're talking like maybe $20K at the most, and they're creating the effects, the acting, the action, everything. It's incredible. Those guys are huge Power Ranger
One thing, though, that's always bugged me a bit with them. I mean, true, it's a bit easier the way they go about it, but they base it off of, percentage of who likes who the most. So whenever there's like a battle, like say Spider-Man versus Darth Maul, I mean, obviously Darth Maul is going to win because he's got the Force, and dark side of the Force is just overwhelmingly strong. But they put it in percentage, so if more people voted for Spider-Man, then he's going to kick Darth Maul's butt.
No, I know. I agree with you there, but
I do like the channel. It's a really great channel.
Yeah, no, but what I was gonna say is that they are huge Power Ranger fans, and then so Jonathan David Frank, who played Tommy, who's the OG legendary Ranger, basically.
Jason David Frank.
Yeah, who what did I say?
Jonathan.
So. Yeah, sorry.
I got his autograph on my wall over here.
Okay, yeah, I actually have my girlfriend actually did a what are they? Where it's like you pay and then you send a message and then that actor or actress.
Oh, yeah.
My girlfriend surprised me with two of those, my two favorite Rangers of all time.
Was it a
did
cameo?
Them separately.
Was it
I think it's called Cameo. Yeah, Cameo. But Bat in the Sun is doing a full-length feature film, and they crowdfunded this whole thing. They have Jason Fount, who was Red Time Force Ranger. Johnny Young Bosch, the Black Mighty Morphin Ranger, Jason David Frank. They got the guy who played Diggle from Arrow. They have all these big name people, and they're actually doing a full length Power Rangers movie for, I think they raised $600,000. So
nice.
That's
when
awesome.
you say, if you watch Superpower Beatdown and you see what they can do for maybe $20K, imagine if they give them 30 times that amount with that same dedication and passion. They're doing a full length Power Rangers movie. Fan done.
So they were
everything.
able to get the rights to make this?
I'm assuming so. I mean,
that's awesome.
Yeah, obviously the licensing and everything, they're handling that side, but they're doing it. I mean, I follow them. That's
big news because like they're really great when it comes to cinematography and the writing and the beatdowns. And I was always for the longest time, I've been a subscriber to their channel for a while. I've for the longest time wanted them to make a Flashpoint Batman film, which would have been great.
Yeah, because
go
ahead. I had a thought and I just forgot it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, my fault. I was going to sit back and say that cameo thing is kind of neat, where you have the stars and all that. I tried to do that one time with a stripogram with Claudia Christian, and that kids is how I got my first restraining order.
Wow.
That'll happen.
Damn, that's a first I've ever heard.
Oh, you want to hear about the second one?
I mean, that's up to you if you want to say. I'm not gonna. I mean, that's...
Don't comment. Don't comment.
But the point I was making with all that is that if you look at like Power Rangers, you have the obvious TV show that runs on main thing, but a lot of the fan stuff, they are expanding the universe, but they're keeping with the lore and the tradition that's been established in comic books and in the known series, and they're creating all these new series, fan series that, yes, they are fan series. They don't have the biggest budgets, but these people love what they do. And seeing how they are treating the established canon and lore and everything like that, and they're giving it such respect and passion. Where is that with Star Wars? Where is that with Doctor Who? Where is that with Star Trek? Where is that with Lord of the Rings? You know, where you're just you want to further those stories, but still hold true to the canon and the lore. You know,
well, you had fans of Star Wars doing that. In fact, before Disney acquired that, they used to have awards for that with Lucasfilm, where they'd have the yearly bring in with the fans. They used to do that with Star Trek. I mean, obviously, we're talking about Star Trek Continues, Star Trek Phase 2, all the other ones, Axanar, and look what happened with Paramount when they came down with the hammer and tong. They were producing better stuff than what Paramount was, so they had to stop it there. There have been fans that were doing Doctor Who stuff, but you know, I hate to say this. I'm usually a big. You know, we can win a fight. We can win a fight. When it comes around to Doctor Who, I say, unfortunately, this is a fight. I think we're gonna have to sit back and say we lost, and hope we can bring it back again in a few years properly.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Of course, when you have like that horrible numbers of fans not wanting and going there, you're not getting that receptiveness. I mean, I was involved with a Doctor Who fan project that unfortunately didn't get done back in the early 90s after Doctor Who was canceled. And, you know, a bunch of us fans, we were trying back then with what limited stuff we had on her. And it's out there. But when the interest is gone, when the real Doctor Who fans turn around, you're not getting that with the Doctor Who fans. But there was a ton of that stuff at one time. And there was, we loved the lore. I mean, you know, Vic's Star Trek. I mean, for crying out loud, when Roddenberry sat back and said the final episodes of Star Trek Continued, he considers that canon in his heart. It means they did something right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they not only got the aesthetics down with the entire ship and the layout, but the writing, you know, especially the episode what ships are made for, it's just very Star Trek with all the monologues that they input into, because that's what Star Trek is. When I think of Star Trek, I think of there's going to be a lesson in this story. There's going to be because every episode, even the dry ones, there is always something to be remembered about them. Every single one. It's just now it's all about what has the bigger budget, what has the cooler CGI. And I remember before Discovery started getting a bit bigger, season 1 was, I think, nominated for one of the best CGI for TV shows for sci-fi, and it's just that's what they're trying to go for. They don't care for writing or any. That's just what they want to make budget off of. Is just profit off of. Sorry, it's just the all the check marks they're putting in. You know, oh, we did that, we did this, but did it make sense? Who cares?
Oh, I mean, look at the budget Babylon 5 had, and even though the fact the effects and such hasn't held up through the ages. And yeah, you can tell some of the sets are chintzy on there, but that show is just as powerful today as it was back then. And I don't understand why JMS wants to reboot it.
Me neither.
You have a masterpiece right there, an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah, I know a lot of you are probably aware about that reboot too. I'm personally on the fence with it. I mean, I'm happy Straczynski is at least behind the scenes, but that doesn't mean it's going to be good.
Same here, Spock. Same here, Spock. I mean, look.
I'm against it. I'm completely against it because one of the things that made it great was the fact that you had Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5, at least in my area, where they would air back to back. So you got to see J. Michael Straczynski's vision, and then you got to go back into Gene Roddenberry's world with DS9. But you know, Deep Space Nine, it started off as the black sheep of the family. Fans didn't like it because it was too dark. But that show, if you stuck with it, showed that it had what it took to not only equal Next Generation, but in my opinion, overtake Next Generation as one of the best Star Trek spinoffs.
I mean, we finally got to see what Ferenginar looks like in that show. Because I was always wondering for the longest time, what does a planet look like that's just fully after profit, and women are like, oh my god, like women are just treated like crap. It's probably a godforsaken planet, and then we got to see it. They literally live in Flintstone houses, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that was. I mean, Deep Space Nine is my favorite Trek series of all time.
And Deep Space Nine did such a wonderful job fixing and repairing the Ferengi from what they originally were. I mean, they were a joke. They were a joke, but then, you know, you brought in Armin Shimmerman and Quark and all the others. You got that extra dimension from that, whatever it was Gene was trying to do in that first season of Next Generation, where these were supposed to be the most frightening new characters, and we all laughed. We all laughed.
We did. I mean, the thing about Armin Shimmerman, he was one of those first Ferengi on Next Generation.
He was.
So they remembered him, and they brought him back, and I think he was part of a piece of luggage because his face is in it and everything. If I recall correctly, I think that's in the I think that's either the first or second season. But you know, they remembered his ability to act and get involved into his characters. So what do? They cast him as Quark, and Quark ends up being one of my favorite characters on DS9.
Yep.
Great.
I mean, it's just you get a whole new light of what the Ferengi really are. I mean, sure, they're sniveling and greedy and whatnot, but you actually, in a weird way, start to respect them in Deep Space Nine. I mean, obviously, despite how they treat women, but you start to respect them in an interesting way, especially all the quotes and how Quark perceives his life every day. Because in the Federation, we know in the original series that they're explorers, they're curious, they like to help. It's a different humanity from what it is today. But Quark says an interesting quote I remember. He says, "Let me tell you, nephew, about humans. They're wonderful, friendly people as long as their bellies are full and their holosuites are working." It's just that entire line just gave me chills because of how well thought that quote was. You know, they really took their time with that show, and Next Generation and even Voyager. I mean, sure, the CGI wasn't as great in Voyager, but we still got some great stories in those shows compared to now.
Well, I think about the particular scene in Way of the Warrior where Garrick's in Quark's bar, and Quark and Garrick are having a conversation, and Quark says to Garrick, "I want you to try something." And Garrick says, "What is it?" "It's called root beer." So Garrick takes a sip, and he goes, "It's vile." And it's so ploy and cheerful. It's insidious,
Like the
just like the Federation.
I love that.
Do you think they'll be able to save us? I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like the first season of Deep Space Nine, Mike. I felt it was slow, and that was a long time ago. Now Crit's like, "Oh, we're gonna try to watch it again." I said, "Oh, great, all right." So I'm gonna try to stick with it this time. We watched the pilot, and
I will say this, okay? Because I'm with you 100% on DS9. The first season, it's slow, but I'm just gonna make this argument. Tell me a show where the first season went off like rapid fire, fast paced. Every first season is always usually
even Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a bit slow because we just didn't have Hydra yet, and if it wasn't for Coulson, that show would not nearly be as good, and I probably would have stopped watching it.
Well, the first
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I would argue didn't start really getting good until the
Winter Soldier. When Winter Soldier
I really
came out,
enjoyed the
it just
Ghost
blew
Rider
up.
scenes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that was really cool.
Ghost Rider, yeah. I mean, the one hacker chick, she was easy on the eyes at least, and the one British scientist chick, she was easy on the eyes too. I'm like, okay,
very true.
The show might be going slow, but you're easy on the eyes, so I mean, it's a give and take.
It's true.
And that brings up a good point. Does anybody remember Star Trek: The Experience at the Las Vegas Hilton?
Yes, I remember going to a Star Trek experience that was really cool. There was two of them. There was one where you sit in a chair and you feel like the Borg wires are coming out. That was creepy. Yeah, your chair started moving.
No, but that sounds fun.
Borg Invasion 4D. I did that too. Wow. It's like, well, what's going on? But
did they have Lita at a Dabo table there?
I wish.
I don't think so.
I wish.
Yeah. I never made it out there. By the time I got to Vegas, it was long gone.
Matt, it was still a good show, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it just didn't start getting way better until Hydra and the Winter Soldier movie.
Yeah.
That just then everything connected and it just took off.
Yeah, because then wasn't it just after that the Inhuman arc happened?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's when
the
it
show
even
just
got
blew
even
up.
better.
And thank goodness ABC gave it a chance. Because the last season was only 13 episodes. It's like it could have been more. It's the same thing with Agent Carter. Agent Carter was a really good show.
Yep.
Only got 2 seasons. It still pisses me off.
Was that ever on actual TV? Because I remember hearing about Agent Carter, but I never saw it.
Yeah.
Was it kind of an odd
what's her name?
time?
Haley.
Do you have
Haley Atwell?
Plus? Yeah.
Haley Atwell.
Haley Atwell.
Haley Atwell.
Yeah.
How could I forget her?
How can you forget Agent Carter? Agent Carter's a badass.
Is that on Disney Plus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
While I still have Disney Plus, I'm going to binge that. I'll finally get some use out of Disney Plus for once.
There's some stuff you can find on there, definitely.
Okay, I know what I think I'm going to try and do this week then.
Yeah,
because I liked her character, Agent Carter. I was always curious if they were going to do something with that.
It wasn't just one-dimensional. She's like, you're a woman. You can't do this. She's like, fuck you. I'll do it anyways. I love that.
You my commanding officer? Because I know you got some moves I like. What's your... Stick your foot out. I love how depicted Agent Carter. She's a hottie, but she's a hottie that could kick your ass, probably outdrink you, and then come in later in a dress and be like, "So we going dancing?" And you're like, "Who are you, woman?"
Yeah. And then
I was going to say she could kick your ass and you have a smile on your face afterwards.
Yeah, some of my friends are like, "Oh, well, they didn't like the show because it starred a woman." I said, if people think that, they're just stupid. It's like this character isn't one-dimensional, and it's so aggravating.
It's not a piece of wood like you get on certain shows.
Yes, Jarvis was great too, Matt. Definitely.
It was a case that because starred a woman, then Voyager would have crashed and burned.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
There are shows where we regard as fans, we regard sometimes the female characters with even higher regard than the male. With certain shows.
Yeah.
Well, Babylon 5, Claudia Christian as Ivanova. I mean, boom, right there.
Yep.
There's a big, powerful.
Yep. I mean, and Battlestar Galactica Starbuck. I mean, holy crap.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
I mean,
and, well, what about Major Kira and Jadzia?
Yeah.
Two badasses right there.
I didn't even know there was a
Intendant Kira.
I didn't even know there was a gender swap in the new Battlestar Galactica reboot. That's how good Starbuck was. It didn't even faze me one bit. I didn't even know until later on. I was like, oh shit.
Let's go back to the 70s. 3 seasons of Wonder Woman with Linda Carter.
Yes,
the Bionic Woman.
I grew up watching that show.
I had Baron. I had a discussion. I don't recommend this, but I had a discussion at least a few years ago with one of these social justice warriors, and I said, "You're telling me that there aren't any strong females? Do I need to list Xena? Do I need to list Lara Croft? Do I need to list Wonder Woman back in the day? It's so ridiculous."
Mm-hmm.
And those shows were fun, and it's so bizarre to me. And she just wanted to keep fighting me on this. It's just crazy. It's like, oh, but now we have the strong female characters. What's your definition of strong? A female character that basically whines all the time? Like that's a strong character? I guess.
I mean, it's a weak character.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sarah Connor.
Right.
Strong female.
Badass.
Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Sigourney Weaver as Ripley.
Yeah, I was going brain dead
Ripley's
on that one.
Awesome.
Yes.
She's awesome.
Ripley's my favorite.
I mean, I'm even going to go into
playing as her daughter in the Alien Isolation. Her daughter's awesome too in that. Have you guys played that game?
No, I haven't. I think Spock has.
Two playthroughs of it, but I've never personally played it.
Very good game. Whatever IGN tells you.
I haven't played. I haven't unfortunately played any of the new Alien games after AVP 2010. I'm missing out. I'm missing out a lot. I know. I need to definitely start with Isolation, then Fireteam.
Mm-hmm.
It's Fireteam. Is that the newest one?
Yeah, Fireteam Assault. Or
looks
whatever.
amazing.
It looks pretty good.
It's like Fireteam Colonial Marines, or it's like because it's a squad based game, I think, right?
Yeah, it needs. You need probably about 4 people.
Yeah, because I've heard the.
I think you might be able to go single player, but it's a bit tougher.
It is tougher because it's like it's NPCs that are your teammates, those aren't always the most reliable. Play MechWarrior 5, and you'll quickly learn how fast that your NPCs can be unreliable in combat.
Oh man, I haven't picked that up on Steam yet. I may do that sometime.
Game Pass is how I play it.
Oh, nice. So, okay, I might do Game Pass again because there's still some games on there I want to play.
I like Game Pass, although the only downside is that you got to keep up on the monthly payments, otherwise you lose access to those games. So
same with PlayStation Plus, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, who was it? Somebody was telling me use Game Pass as kind of like you would if you were doing like Blockbuster back in the day. If you see a game, play it for a little bit through Game Pass. If you like it, buy it.
Yes. Yeah.
Treat it kind of like how a Blockbuster-esque style.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, that's,
Yeah, that's a good point. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a very good point because, instead of paying $60 and getting a game where there's add-on after add-on after add-on, why don't you try it for the $10 a month? This way, you don't, I like this game. Mm-hmm. I don't like this game. And you don't waste money that you can't get back.
Yeah.
Game Pass is really good.
Game Pass is good. Ultimate Game Pass should have all the 360 games on PC, but they don't. They still don't. They have them all in the console version, but they don't have them on PC
Aren't they working on that, though?
I hope so, man. I really do.
Yeah, because
I want to play Lost Odyssey because I never bought a 360, so I want to play that.
I was going to say, you can get 360s probably dirt cheap used in good condition right now.
Probably so. I might
I
want
wish
to
they
do
had something
that.
like that.
Maybe
back
an
in the day with
emulator
their
I can do. Yeah.
Oh, that's another good one. Yeah, that's a good point.
What was that, Baron?
Oh, I said I wish they had something like that back in the day where you could rent Atari 2600 games. When I was growing up, we wouldn't have gotten
I had to
that
go over
fast
to
for sure.
I had to go over to a friend's house that had an Atari 2600.
Gosh,
I had
yeah.
one. Someone else had a television. Another person had a ColecoVision. So needless to say, there's always kind of that little hop around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then it just continued with, the NES, the Sega Master System. You had the Super Nintendo, the Genesis.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. I went from Atari 2600 to a Genesis, and then after many years, I picked up a 360 because of my kids that I had. So it's like,
nice.
Okay, now we got one of those after how many years?
God, what did I start out with? Started out with Sega Genesis because somebody gave it to us for free. I don't know why they gave it to us for free, but they did. Then somebody gave us an Atari, then N64, then the first PlayStation, then the first Xbox, and after that, it was just Xbox I ever bought after that.
Yeah, it's just, but, going back to even the same point, like, about the women and stuff. Oh, all the characters are in bikinis or something like that. Same person I had to fight with. It's like, no, not always. There were strong females. Look at Perfect Dark. I mean, if we want to, games and entertainment, there's always been strong females, but people just only want to see what they want to see. Especially people on Twitter, they only want to see what they want to see. Oh, that's not true. All the comic book, for example, all the women were wearing these like stilettos and wearing like the certain kind of shoes, or they had these costumes that are always sexualized and this, and I'm like, a lot of these comic books, they were written by men for men. I mean, I'm sorry to break it to people, but
Well, look at what Marvel is doing with She-Hulk. They're walking back the design they thought would go over with a certain crowd, and it didn't go over, and they're going back to Fabulous She-Hulk again.
Mm-hmm. Because she rocks.
And we never had. Oh, sorry. Go Spock.
No. Just clarification, because I'm trying to get back into the comic realm, so I'm actually starting off with the Power Rangers comics because, from what I hear, they are the only good comics that are been steadily outselling, and that's according to 2 local comic shops. They're like, we can't keep the Power Rangers comics in stock. Like they're selling out of them within days the moment they get any in.
Wow!
Flat out, they're just selling out completely. So I'm
Probably
like, okay, so that's my
there's-
introduction to the comics right now. But
Well,
the
you
She-Hulk,
could go
'cause
with you could go with Spawn if you want to. Spawn's doing really well. Is that Image
Well, I want to
Comics,
get to some
I think
older
so?
stuff. I want to get into Punisher and Hawkeye.
Didn't mean to interrupt you though. Go ahead.
No, you're good. No, the only thing about the comics is that because with She-Hulk, She-Hulk was like feminized, right? And then she went into like burly, looking like the Hulk, right? After
yes,
that's the most recent iteration. So you're saying they're going back to the more feminized She-Hulk?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to clarify that because I heard something, but I'm not in the know on that. So.
And we never had men characters out there, quote unquote, running around on loincloth like Conan.
Right,
or,
exactly.
Going around
Exactly.
like Beastmaster.
So are we going to be
Or
fair?
going
Oh, now we can't have good-looking women and stuff in Mortal Kombat. They can't wear these, but the guys can be oiled up. And I've seen these conversations a ton of time. I 100% agree. If we're going to be fair, let's be fair. But it never is.
No.
Well, look at the reaction to Jason Momoa in Aquaman.
Yeah.
I'm just bringing that up.
Yeah.
I actually saw this. Somebody posted this a while back when Aquaman came out as a Twitter thread of 2 people who were arguing. One of these was these SJWs. And they were going back and forth about saying how men are sexualizing Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. And then this dude said, and you're telling me women didn't sexualize Jason Momoa as Aquaman? You can't you can't say we're evil and you're not if we're sexualizing the other gender.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, and Gal Gadot was not skimpily dressed either. Her outfit was how the Wonder Woman outfit has always been.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah.
So.
No, I didn't think it was skin. I just personally wasn't I like the actress, but I don't know about Wonder Woman. I mean, there's a lot of good leads out there. But if people are saying skimpy, I didn't think so.
No.
Well, no,
No.
but no,
It
that,
didn't
that
look-
was.
it looked like the
whole
traditional
Twitter
Wonder
discussion
Woman
thing.
outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just slightly updated look, kind of, I guess, so it didn't look cartoony.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's a solid.
I mean,
look,
that's
for sure.
one of my problem with, you know, a lot of superhero movies coming out nowadays, because CGI is just getting so much better. They have the need to make, I mean, everything out of CGI. And a good example of this wouldn't be in, I guess it is Marvel, Spider-Man. Tom Holland's Spider-Man is just, I would say his web swinging scenes where he's just like swinging through buildings. It looks good for a video game. But as movie quality, I just can't buy it. I buy Raimi's CGI a lot more because of how detailed they all the time they took to make sure that the lighting makes sense and how it reflects off the suit. In Tom Holland's Spider-Man, it kind of looks really artificial. You know, a lot of CGI these days look super artificial.
It's not bad though, but yeah, I get. What
It's
you're
not
talking
bad.
about.
Yeah.
I mean, Toby's the GOAT. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm right with
it
you.
makes me curious of how they're gonna make the new Spider-Man, how they're gonna treat Toby's suit, if it's gonna be the same suit or if it's gonna be a different suit.
It better be the same suit, otherwise, where's the continuity?
I don't know about you guys,
Yeah.
but I want this movie to be up there with Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
Into the Spider-Verse was really good. Anything close to that, I will be very happy with.
And the new trailer for Across the Spider-Verse came out yesterday. It looks amazing.
Yes, it does.
I never saw.
We're
Into the
finally getting
Spider-Verse,
Miguel O'Hara.
so
You should,
I heard it was
Patriot.
good. I just
It's
never saw
really
it.
good, man.
It's
is
pretty good,
really
yeah.
I recommend it, Patriot.
Mm-hmm.
Most screen accurate Miles Morales we've gotten so far for
Yes.
movies.
Even better than the game. I mean, in the game they did some
Yes,
stuff with
way
him,
better.
But, oh gosh, they decided to do a little bit of pandering in the game for some reason. That was not good. Still a good game though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't played it yet because it's been really hard to get a PS5 over here, but I've heard nothing but
You can play it on PS4,
good things
but-
about it. Oh, okay, I should get it on PS4 then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that came out just as the PS5 was coming out, right?
Yep. Yeah.
That's cool because
Yeah,
I thought
so-
it was a
Down there,
PS5
yeah.
exclusive.
No.
No, that was what's that Cyberpunk game that came out like? Was it last year?
2077.
2077.
Yeah, 2077. Yeah, that you can play on like PS4 and 5. You get a better visual experience on 5,
PC,
but it
and- yeah.
plays.
Mhm.
It can play on the 4 too.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah,
It was a
same thing.
mess on the old consoles, but they're working on it. They can always fix
They
this.
had to
stuff.
refund it.
They
Yeah.
can fix this stuff, but will they? That's the question. But CD
I
Projekt
heard
Red
they
got
patched
This is
it
the
and
problem with
fixed it a
CD
lot.
Projekt Red's game. They announced it 7 years before it was released,
Yes.
when they really should never have done that.
My daughter
Yeah,
plays
they-
that Cyberpunk. I have to probably ask her how that's gone along. She likes that game.
Yeah,
It's
it-
a really
the
good
best on
story.
PC, I think it's still the best on PC because it wasn't as
Yeah, it
broken,
is.
but it still had its problems.
They've gone through
but-
some patches.
Yeah,
I know it's easy just to throw this stuff in the trash, but it's like they can fix these things. But a lot of people, because
Yeah.
once they're negative about everything, I mean, I'm a pretty negative person myself about stuff, but they can always fix this. The question is, will they? That's always
Well-
the question. Will they?
Well, it's the same
Always
thing
the
with
question.
No Man's Sky. Remember when
Yes,
that first came out,
yes.
it got ripped, but
Yes, it did.
now
Look at it now; it's great.
Mhm.
it's gotten
Yeah.
amazing, and
A
now
lot
they,
of content.
they keep adding more. Like the
So
most
immersive.
recent. Well, the most newest patches now you can actually be an overseer of an actual settlement and manage it and make decisions that affect your community, like happiness, population,
Yeah.
production, everything now. So it's like, you
Mhm.
know,
It's really
so
funny you bring
immersive.
that game up because out of all games like I've played throughout the years, that is the most respected game I have. Not only because of the graphics and all that, but the game engine is completely unique. There is no other game engine in the world like No Man's Skies. I mean, if you chart the galaxy, there is millions of different systems that you can all just visit. And each system is completely unique from the other. They're not just like 10 different
Nice.
randomly generated planets. They're all completely different. All biomes are completely weird. That's just what I want for a Star Trek game, personally.
Well, yeah, Spock and I have talked about this. Yes, we need more Star Trek games, and we need some quality stuff. We don't need a game of discovery, I don't think, of Picard, but it'd be great to get another Voyager game or something like that.
Well, look at Star Trek Online right now. The engine that was used to build that game isn't new. The
No.
game itself is almost 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That game needs a serious refresh.
Mm-hmm.
Will we get it? No.
No.
Too expensive.
I hear they're talking about wanting to do it to Star Wars: The Old Republic, but I don't know if that's going to be the case there either.
I tried to get into Star Wars: The Old Republic, and I just couldn't do it.
Is that free to play, or does that require like a monthly subscription?
It's
free to play.
Monthly.
It's free to play.
Oh, it is? Okay.
But it is free to play, but monthly it's better option. Unfortunately, that game compared to Star Trek Online is a lot more spendy. You actually even have to pay to just be able to beam up to your ship, which is a free feature in Star Trek Online. The thing about SWTOR, if you do play for free, which I do, you can get the benefits, but you're not able to level up past a certain level. You're not able to experience certain storylines, and your account is more at risk to be deleted by the developers because they only pay attention to the subscribers, unfortunately.
Of course.
That sucks, because I've heard it can be a very fun experience.
It is.
It is. It's a great game.
Yeah, one game I always recommend to people is Guild Wars 2.
It's a great. Is it?
Oh,
are people still playing that? That is a fun game.
They keep coming out. They have one or two expansions that they're coming out with soon that continue the story.
Wow.
I mean,
it's been out for a while. I've never played it though, but I've only heard good things about it.
I used to play it religiously with a group that that's a whole different story, but I used to play that all the time, and they the base game you just run around, but they did in the Path of Fire expansion, you go to another part of the world. They open up another massive part of this ever expanding world, and they added mounts. So you can ride various animals that have unique characteristics depending on where you are.
That's cool.
Yeah, but again, they keep progressing the story at the same time. It's not like a self-contained story. They keep progressing from the base story, going on and on and on and on. So the free version is great, but I always recommend wait until they have a sale and get the Path of Fire expansion when it's on sale, because it's way worth it.
I played it when it first came out for a while, and then I stopped. I probably should go back.
It's a lot of fun, especially if you get in groups. It's even more fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, it has that where people have to work together. I think that's still in the game, right? It's not. They
can
force
solo,
you to kind
but you got to
of
be damn good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when there's like a raid boss that pops up in the dungeons, like I noticed when you play that game with people, I don't know if it's still like this, but if they died in the dungeon, then they want to go back in and finish it instead of, I just give up.
So it depends on the person. Some will, some won't. It just depends on the dungeon and everything. Like the group I played, we did all sorts of stuff. In some dungeons, if you had a group and your group was halfway competent and you had a balance of characters in terms of capabilities, then yeah, it was tough, but the rewards were worth it, and you ended up having epic stories after. But some people, they just want the base gameplay. They don't want the dungeon stuff, and they don't want to work for that stuff. They just want to play the base game and do the base stuff, and
that's fine. That's okay, but there's so much more to the game than that.
But, there is.
And
I was gonna say,
real quick, I want to say hello to Woopah Troopah. Thank you for coming on,
Hey,
brother.
Woopah.
Hey, Woopah.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going well.
I was gonna say, Mike, if you wanted to bring up Padawannabe's comment about if they ever really give us a good Star Trek game, they have it's Star Trek Online. I mean, despite its lack of graphical expansion, how much better it could be, it's still a pretty fun game.
Well, what about Elite Force, right?
And Star Trek Elite Force, which is also another game that they brought back to life actually this year. With a brand new remaster in the graphics, and the servers are open for everybody to play. Those are probably the best 2 Star Trek games that have come out. Maybe also if you have VR, Bridge Crew is also another fun one.
Is it Bridge Crew or Bridge Commander, or I don't know?
I really wish we got an update to Bridge Commander. I really enjoyed Bridge Commander.
Yeah, Bridge
that a game
Commander
that
was
people
also fun.
Use mods for a lot to
Yes.
update it. Basically, they just use mods to update
Yeah.
it, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they. That's why people are still playing Doom 2 after all these years, because they just keep putting mods in there. It's a well-made game.
But
But I have to say though, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say one question though about this question that he has. Is he asking about where you take control of one of the star characters like Kirk, McCoy, Spock? Because he says take control of the star characters. So my question is to his question: is he asking about that, or is he just talking about just being a star?
If he's that's true. Okay, good point. Yeah, if he's talking about actually playing as Kirk or Picard, I'm not so sure. Maybe Bridge Commander and Star Trek Voyager Elite Force. Those are 2 yeah, actually Elite Force you definitely can. There's different hundreds of different character models you can choose from, and you can also play as even random Klingons that were in the background of an episode that they even have in the game. It's pretty cool that they have that ability, but as for visually, the only good looking one I would say is the PS3 Kelvin Timeline Star Trek game where you play as Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto. But yeah, they definitely need to expand on it. Yeah.
I played that game, I just never completed it.
Me neither. It wasn't that optimized. It was kind of laggy even for console.
Is
The
that
controls
the
were
one where it's
wonky.
between Star Trek and Star Trek Into Darkness? You're talking about, or is
Yes.
it, or is it a completely
Yeah.
different? Okay.
Remember, it's Star Trek Into Darkness. It's no
Whatever.
colons, no commas.
It's the last Jedi of the Star Trek movies. Okay.
Well, it did have JJ.
Well, JJ did come out and say, "Well, yeah, we shouldn't have done Khan like that." It's like, really? Well, probably not. But
The hell you say?
Khan, well, there were a lot. I mean, Khan was the biggest issue, but there were a lot of issues with that movie.
And you remember, this was also before he figured out it's important to have a plan when you're making a movie.
Yeah, there's that.
Well, you know, when he came out and said he was a male feminist, I think everything just goes down the tube.
Welcome, Captain Robert.
Hey, Captain Robert.
Hail, Captain Robert.
Hail.
I just got off of work.
All right.
Who did that? That was awesome.
Hope you had a great day at work. I know it's hard to do
Let's just say
sometimes,
it
but
was very busy.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I'm glad to be back.
Good,
And
good.
congratulations on the 100th.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Captain Robert, along with Spock and I, every Friday night you can catch us on Spock's channel playing Star Trek Online and giving our thoughts on the latest Star Trek news or even Orville news. Again, getting back to the Orville, I can't wait for it to come back.
Season
When is it
3.
supposed to
I
come
watched
back
some of that,
again?
but
So, do you want to hear what I think might happen in that season? A real quick idea. Since we've already seen in season 2, some little tensions grow between the Union and the Mocklins. I'm definitely suspecting to see them pulling out from the Union and maybe either siding with the Kalon or the Krill just to make things harder for the Union, because especially in episode 3 in season 1, when Bortus tries to keep his child female, when on their planet it's kind of, not allowed to do that. It's almost really not looked upon to keep your child a female, more of us to sex change it into a male. They had some weird altercations with human human empathy and how the humans view their society, and that just, for me, that just said, like, okay, something's gonna happen in season 3 where either they're gonna not only pull out from the Union, but we're also gonna see a potential war between the Union and the Moclans.
Yeah, I mean that is a theory I have heard passed around. Another theory, which is very similar, is that they don't join either the Kaylon or the Krill, and they just do their own thing, and just become a thorn in the side. Cool. Which I like the thorn in the side because, to me that adds.
They very well could, you know.
Yeah, I like that the best because I don't want the Moclans taking a side. I kind of want them to be like, we're just going to be here.
It would be upsetting, yeah, because I personally want them to stay. Yeah, they would. I would personally want them to stay with the Union, if anything, but it's not looking like that, especially with Seth MacFarlane's quote. Ed Mercer was saying he's like, how long can an alliance with someone like that really last? Kind of nudging to the point, yeah, we're not going to see these two stick together for too long anymore. So, and also knowing that the Moclans supply the Union with most of their weapons, they very well could be their own thing besides having to team up with someone else. They could just start their own union or whatever and become, like you said, a thorn in their side.
Yeah.
I really just can't wait. There's a lot of things that we're possibly gonna see in season 3, like maybe even if you guys remember lasting impressions from season 2, the time capsule episode with Gordon. It was like more of a Gordon centered episode. We might see the girl that he fell in love with, who was from the holodeck. We might see her and like her descendant in the show, maybe as a crewmate, and that's going to start maybe some relationship for Gordon because of how cynical he really is in the show about having a girlfriend and stuff. But I think the irony is he's most likely going to be in a relationship in the show.
Well, here's my question, and it relates to the timeline being restored. Was it fully restored, or is there some sort of hiccup?
No, that was an alternate reality.
But no. The one I'm talking about is when the Kelly of the past meets the Kelly of the future, and the first scenario is that Kelly and Ed never marry, and because of that, the Union has to basically hide from the Kaylon, and all hell is broken loose. I'm just wondering if the timeline was fully restored.
Like, since they kind of tampered with it a bit, even though Kelly doesn't know, maybe something might be different. That's possible.
Yeah, something might be off.
I have a feeling it's more or less going to be the same exact universe as from where we left off.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember exactly where it left off, because I remember Kelly was in the science room with Isaac, and she left, and then boom, Kelly from the past appeared and confused the heck out of Isaac. So it's probably going to continue off from there to brand new episode for season 3. And they're more likely going to time jump a bit, because in the teaser that they showed for season 3, the entire bridge is completely different. I mean, not completely, but the materials are different, the colors are different. So it's hinting at maybe a refit of the Orville ship.
Well, we already know there's a refit of the bridge because they added more consoles and displays on the bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, and I remember when Gary, when he actually went to the set, he talked with some of the producers and other people who were working on the show, and obviously he had to sign an NDA. But he said, I can just tell you this right now, from what I saw and what I talked with them, and I saw just a little bit of stuff. He's like, if you thought 1 and 2 were good, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just from what I saw, he's like, they are upping their game.
Well, even Seth put out a tweet to that effect saying that our minds are going to be blown away by what we see in season 3.
I hope so. They've never really been wrong with that. You know, like, they're not just trying to hype us up. If they say that, then I'm sure they're genuinely honest about it. Because if season 3 was around the corner and they just want to promote it a bit, they'll say, you know, season 3 is about to be good, or, season 3 is right around the corner, they're not going to say, oh, season 3 is about to be the best. They must have a reason for saying that. So I'm expecting either to see some more returning Star Trek actors, possibly William Shatner, which would be amazing. William Shatner as an admiral in the Union. And he just, this is an idea from Nerdporeal. Because I always love to spread this idea. Nerdporeal is the one who thought of it. If Admiral Kirk was in the Union, but he decided to come aboard the Orville, and he's just as famous in that universe as Kirk is in the other. So when he hops on the ship, everybody is just looking at him, staring at him, and it turns into a weird little altercation where Seth MacFarlane, his character Ed Mercer, respects him a lot. But at the same time, Kirk's character is trying to take full command of the Orville, and that puts Ed in a tight spot, like a little weird spot. So I always thought that would be a really good episode. And possibly that's what they're doing. Who knows?
Well, speaking of William Shatner, I saw a picture yesterday, and it was a side-by-side picture of Shatner with Lieutenant Ilea from the motion picture, and then Shatner after he landed back on Earth, and Jeff Bezos is out there, and they're basically saying that Jeff Bezos is a Delton because of his bald head and everything.
I think I saw that one too.
I saw.
I knew it.
Yeah, one of my favorite episodes, and it didn't click with me when I first watched it. How do you know which it was entitled? How do you know which one of Orville's episodes is one of the best? When you get two Starfleet doctors in the same room.
Yep.
Because you had Robert Picardo, and I always go blank on the actor's name, but he was Phlox in Enterprise.
John Billingsley.
John Billingsley.
Yeah. I'm like,
and I love that he played the antagonist in that episode. It was kind of unexpected to see him go berserk. He's like, now put your hand in it. I'm like, oh no, this guy's evil.
Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall at Paramount when somebody mentions Orville over there?
Oh, crap.
And how fans are more receptive to that show, which originally, originally was we do not feed the banana, that type of stuff, and it just has this huge intake, and it's all these Star Trek fans. Now they're getting these Star Trek actors over there, and I mean, I know back in the day, the war between Babylon 5 and DS9, Major Bart got in trouble for going to Babylon 5 with the powers that be. So I just kind of wonder what it's like now with the Orville, and obviously much more accepted by the fans of Star Trek than their product.
Yeah, something that I agree with what both Gary and Doomcock have both said. The one area that they are missing out on heavily with the Orville is merchandising.
Yeah.
That is the one area I'd go into Series of Dead getting Orville.
It's true, like
right now.
I'm gonna give it some time since it's like season 3 only, but you're right. There should be at least a lot more T-shirts or something out there.
Yeah,
maybe even 3D models of the ships I can put on my desk.
And I'm a huge ship guy, and I loved a lot of those designs.
I thought they were.
It's great.
Say what again?
I thought the Orville was coming out as
what's the name of Eagle Moss? I think has done
Eagle
an
Moss.
Orville.
Yes, Eagle Moss.
But we're talking like just not take Eagle Moss out. If you take Eagle Moss out of the equation, then there's nothing Orville for ships out there.
Yeah, where's the model kits? Where's I can see the fans just kit bashing like you can't believe. Orville ships off of that.
One thing Star Trek Online will never do is bring the Orville ship into the game, which would be a big market opportunity.
I can't see them doing that. No,
they wouldn't.
They would never do it.
They wouldn't. And I would pay very good money. I don't care how much I have to spend out of a monthly amount, my monthly budget, just to get the Orville in Star Trek Online, and then kick the Discovery's ass in combat.
How many ships are named the Orville now? I wonder.
That's a good question.
I know there's a few.
I just don't like what they're doing. I mean, Orville, if anything, shows how ship designers, like really good ship designers from the USS Voyager from like the Intrepid class or the Galaxy class from TNG, those same artists still exist. Like Orville is proof of that. When you have a beautiful ship like that, that's simple and sleek, especially their shuttlecraft, but when you get Discovery, it's just origamis in space. And they're dedicating their names to, Eisenberg from Aaron Eisenberg, or they're naming it the Voyager class, or they made a new one called the Kirk class. It's just, when you actually look at the ships, I appreciate the names, but the ships are just plain ugly. And
even in
there's some
Lower
people who
Decks,
defend it.
Even in Lower Decks, they had a ship that looked like it was just an Excelsior with brand new nacelles and a brand new deflector dish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got Doug Drexler.
They're just hiring any kinds of artists now.
Yeah. They got Doug Drexler on Orville. I mean, he worked hard with DS9 and all that, Next Generation, all across the board. So where's he at? He's not with Paramount. He's not with Star Trek. He's over at the Orville. Happily so.
Yeah. That's true.
So is
I
Brandon
think
Braga.
one thing to top on the
He's over
Orville
there
would be
too.
if Rick. Yeah, you're right. Another thing that would top the Orville is if Rick Berman joined it.
I mean, they might have reached out to him. I mean, that's the thing. We don't know what for season 3. If again, season 3, I think we're going to see a lot more new ship design. I think we're going to see some new ship designs also in season 3.
Yeah, another reason too why all the lore is super well thought out is because one of their consultants is Jon Favreau, a guy who actually appreciates craft when it comes out, so he doesn't just rush it.
Yes, but as the Smoking Patriot and I have said on an episode of Pop Doc, it looks like Boba Fett's just going to be the Godfather in space.
Yeah, I'm not liking that.
Yeah, it does look like that.
I told them.
I mean, every show coming out, especially I guess you could say The Witcher, they're all coming out with this Game of Thronesy kind of aesthetic.
But The Witcher kind of makes a little bit of sense with that aesthetic, though.
It does. I love The Witcher.
To me, at least. Yeah.
It's just after playing the games, and then I'm finally watching the show because I got Netflix. Somebody hooked me up with Netflix or whatever. But it just, I was like, why can't Triss be a redhead again like she is in the games? Why do I care about a lot of these characters? That's when I started watching The Witcher. I was like, okay, Geralt, he's not on screen enough. At least maybe that changes as I get into the first season. But a lot of these characters are like, why? I don't care about them. They can die. They cannot die. And Dandelion, they even changed from the game because he's quirky and he's fun to be around. This guy's just annoying. Like just throw him off a cliff or something. I don't know.
and you got a point there. What is with all the redheads or lack of it?
Mm-hmm.
You have these characters being changed, and they're not redheads no more. Even with Dune. Harkonnen family, they're redheads. It specifically stated that. I know they're the bad guys, but still, that was one of the major things that they pointed out, that these were your redheaded stepchild of the Empire here with Baron Harkonnen. I believe also, if I remember right, and we'll have to see when it happens, the Emperor of Dune is supposed to be supposed to be a redhead as well.
Yeah,
and not look like an old man. He's supposed to look young, even though he is old, because of the melange.
I haven't seen the new Dune, so I don't know if they show the Emperor in.
No.
Finances.
He wasn't in it.
I haven't seen it yet.
He wasn't in it yet. He's not in it yet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Fade yet in there. We haven't seen a lot yet in there. It's just like the first part. But we've seen the Beast Urban. We've seen the Baron himself, Vladimir. Of course, I'm partial to that, obviously, because I'm a Baron, but so what? But they're supposed to be redheads, and now they're not. They're these bald monsters. And what is with it? I like redheads. I really do. I have a weakness for redheads. I want my redhead.
I think we all do. Robert.
The first girl I ever had a major crush on was a redhead. Trust me. Yeah. Redheads rule in my book.
The ginger side, as they say, is real. I mean, there's so many things where it doesn't, like, because it's not like a character's skin color. You know, you can't really, if you get, you know, if you're casting a person, you say, oh, this person's the best for the role. You know, it doesn't seem like they usually do that. But if you did, like, yeah, you can't really change that person's skin color. But hair dyes exist for how long? You could dye it if it needs to. They make an effort to choose not to do it, which is just, I wonder why.
It's disappointing. They have a problem with redheads for some reason. I don't know. Disney does too.
I had a weakness for Gates McFadden in the Next Generation because why?
He's a redhead.
Same thing with Lita Alexander in Babylon 5. Why? No.
Even Kira was a redhead on DS9.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a reason some people give the Resident Evil series maybe a little bit more of a pass than it deserves for movies, and that's because, well, I mean, everyone loves Mila.
Yeah, I mean, she's Felix. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of those just because, like I don't know. I never care for those movies, but I do appreciate redheads, like I said, and I've heard this all over the nerd community. Redheads are like the only discriminated hair color group in Hollywood now. TV, movies, even video games.
Yes, it's ridiculous.
It's absolutely disgusting in my opinion. I don't know why.
To quote the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, "We want the redhead. We want the redhead."
Patriot. To quote Greta, "How dare you!"
Hey! How many times in War Thunder am I rolling over trees or blowing up trees to get a good shot on the enemy, and the entire time I'm saying, "Suck it, Greta."
So, I've only watched a few episodes of The Witcher. What did you guys think of Triss in that? Did you actually like her? I haven't gotten to that point yet.
I haven't gotten there either.
Okay.
As somebody who barely played the third game, I don't have. I know. Well, it was on Game Pass. I started playing it, and then it got taken off Game Pass. So I'm like, shit. So
it's been a year since I've seen it. I loved it from what I remember, but I'm definitely gonna have to relook at Triss.
Okay.
Yeah, I had no comment on Triss. Like, all these characters were new to me. Like, I didn't know any of the backstory, the relationship stuff. I didn't know anything. So the show, I went into it as a complete noob. The show, with no knowledge of anything really.
Likewise.
Yeah. But I'm guessing you like Geralt, right?
Well, I mean, I'm a huge Henry Cavill fan. Period. Because of all the roles I've seen him in, he's just knocked it out of the park, in my opinion.
Yes.
So. And I mean, the chick who played Yennefer she was good looking. So I mean, I can't hate that.
Yeah, they followed some stuff from the books. Actually, I was surprised. I was like, okay, there's other stuff in there that you read and you're like, that. Why is this in the show? But we'll see where it goes. I think I'll watch some more episodes of it. I have friends who are like, oh, I love that show, and I'm like, if you haven't played the games. And then you watch the show and you're like, wait, what did they change? They changed this, and that. This is frustrating. Okay.
Well, that's where my sister's at.
I heard,
She loves the show.
Yeah.
But she's never played the games.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, the problem is that it's a double-edged sword.
Oh, it is.
You want it to be accurate. But if it is accurate, people will go, oh, well, that's too much like the game, or that's too much like the book, and it's not its own thing.
Yeah, it's
true.
true.
So it's kind of like you're stuck. What are you going to do?
Though. I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
granted, but
this is the hard thing for them. It's just like taking a novel and bringing it to TV or the big screen, taking a video game. You're doing an interpretation.
Yep.
That's what you're doing, and the best thing you can do is try to get that interpretation as good as possible.
Yes, exactly.
And not everybody's going to be fully happy with that interpretation.
Right.
But you go in there with that attitude. Okay, did they do a good job of adapting? Is there a reason or a logical structure why they did this deviation in that?
And
so,
yep. Yeah, no, but with Netflix, they have an agenda. And, and I hate to say it like this, but it's true. If you have a lot of white people on the screen, that's bad now for some reason, even though, like, the time period, this is also done by Polish people. So, they're white. I know, it's shocking. I know. But, yeah, it's...
Well, and you have that, but you also have, and one of the things that I've thought of, when this comes up is Stranger Things, when they were like, oh, we're going to remove like this smoking from the show because it's a bad influence. Like, I'm sorry, from when this takes place, that's accurate, like that's how it was. And it's just ridiculous for them to think that like, oh, we have to edit this out. Why don't you just go out and say, hey, look, we're making this accurate. I'm sorry you don't like it, but that's how it was.
Exactly.
Imagine if you were like, oh, we'll remove blood from the World War II documentary.
I know.
No, you wouldn't do that.
Are you glamorizing it? That's the big question. Are you glamorizing this? Is this a cigarette ad? Like there used to be. I mean, I remember watching when they were first talking about product placement. It was one of the James Bond films back in the 80s. And they were showing the scene where he opens up the drawer and there was Marlboro in there and this. And they go, this is, product placing. So are you doing that? Are you glamorizing it? Are you having it? This is what it was back then, whether you like it or not, boys and girls. Put your don't get your undies in a bunch, change your diapers, and come back and watch this.
That's right.
Well, it's like in Picard when the one guy, the Spaniard guy, when he's like reminiscing and he opens up this little thing, it's literally. So I don't know if any of y'all are cigar smokers. I'm a big time cigar smoker. Actually, I just got done smoking a cigar. There's actually the box he opens is a Romeo and Julieta cigar box, like full brand everything. Like he just he smoked them and then he kept the box because he liked the box. I mean, I'm like, so are we promoting Romeo and Julieta cigars now in Picard? Like seriously.
Remember when they were promoting Zima and Babylon 5?
Oh god, I heard about that. I never saw it, but I've heard of that. Yes.
Yeah, they had the signs for Zima and all that up there, and it's like even when I was watching it then, when Zima was still a thing, it's like, really, that's gonna last that long? Doubt.
Yeah.
Well, what about the first Star Trek movie by J.J. Abrams, where they actually mentioned Budweiser? And engineering is the Budweiser plant in Los Angeles.
Yep. Yep. I mean,
the hell you say?
I mean, I'm gonna say right now, if they ever do a Mass Effect movie, every time if you ever play the games, especially 2 and 3, and you see a Batarian, they're always smoking a cigarette for some reason. And I don't know why it's the Batarians that you typically see smoking cigarettes,
dude.
But they are.
I don't know. Somebody made a good point. There's going to be that Mass Effect series that's coming. I'm worried about that. I'm like, somebody pointed out there's like 250 characters or something. So which ones are they going to focus on? Like about 10, 12 of them. But what are they going to do to it? Because the third game, the ending, well, it got better with the extended cut, but. It was just, there's so much to like, and if you go back and read any of the novels or the comic books, you're like, wow, there's so much good information in here. But Miranda, for example, they're gonna what are they gonna do, censor her?
I mean the woman literally says that I use everything to my advantage. So basically what she's saying is that I've used sex to help me in my missions, basically. That's what she says without actually saying it. So it's like, what, are you going to censor Miranda, a woman who they highly sexualized, like in number 2?
Well,
I mean,
that might be different. That might be different because she's using it as a tool to take advantage of the others. This is using sexiness as good because you're getting one over those dumb males over there that have 2 heads and only think with one.
Well, yeah, it's interesting too with Miranda, if they do actually make this Mass Effect project, is like that's actually part of her story. You know,
Yes,
like
it is.
her,
That's the thing. Yeah, she's not one-dimensional. She's a very interesting female.
like the whole
Yeah.
point is with her,
Mhm.
you know, with her dad. That's why they went on the whole mission to protect her sister. It's like, you
Mhm.
know,
Yep.
don't want to be experimented on like me and all that stuff.
Mhm. Right.
Well,
Yeah,
and even in
the
3,
third
they
game, yep.
continue. They finish off the whole little arc with her dad in 3.
Yep. Well, the big problem with 3, of course, was that people couldn't be with the person they wanted to be with. They made relationships very important in those games. And so you get to the third game, it's like you only have a few choices. Yeah, you can do a mission here and there, have sex with this person, whatever, but you still can't be with the person that you want to be with at the end of the game. That sucks. For a lot of people, it sucked.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole who was Lord, Ashley. I don't like there's always the big debate of the 4 females. You have Callie, Ashley, Liara, and Miranda. I mean, you want to split fans? Forget the whole Dax and Kira argument.
Right.
You
Yes.
say which one of those is your go-to girl. Like you get to
Exactly.
spend one hot night with one of those 4. Who you spending it with? Oh my! People will rip body parts off defending
They
their
will.
woman.
They will. They actually, there was a conversation that got so crazy, like 5-6 years ago on the BioWare forums that they had to close it down because people were getting really heated. It's funny.
I mean, I'm Team Miranda because she's got the looks and she's got a British accent. Case closed.
She does.
There we go.
And she's voiced by an Aussie woman, so.
Oh, the Aussie. Oh, sometimes those Aussie women, when they do voice acting, they sound British. Sometimes that's why it's a little tricky for me to tell. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
Oh! You make me want to go to the German restaurant at Epcot now.
Oh. Man,
Oh yeah, it's an actual beer garden, and
Oh,
they have the
nice.
German band. And because every 45 minutes they do their set where they play all the German instruments and music, and then at one point they're like tiki taki, and then they tell
Oi,
everyone
oi, oi.
scream oi oi oi. So everyone's and they sell liter-size mug, like pints of German beer. Like that's like part of the menu. So you see all the guys holding up liters of beer, screaming oi oi oi.
Ein Prosit, ein Prosit. Yeah, all the good stuff there. I got enough kraut in me. I appreciate that stuff.
Yeah, and you know, I keep thinking about things that wouldn't be made nowadays, and if it was, it'd be changed. Like a lot of things.
Yes.
Is Band of Brothers that wouldn't be made nowadays?
I don't think so. No.
Look at the complaining they did about Dunkirk. There wasn't enough representation in that. What was to represent?
Yeah,
it was it's.
Oh, and that's something that's annoying. With
They
all
don't
these
understand
new-
history.
Something that's annoying with all these
They don't
new
want
board
to.
games.
They don't want to understand history.
Even the Pacific, which is the newer one of them, wouldn't be able to get made because that actually had sex scenes in it.
Well,
I mean,
I was at North Coast Fest in Minot, North Dakota one time. When I was doing Viking reenactment. It's the largest Scandinavian festival in North America, and they had the guy. He wrote the book "Skis Against the Atom." It was actually turned into his story was turned into Legends of Telemark with Kirk Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
So basically his story, but Hollywood eyes. There was actually a young schmuck who was there talking to him and doing the, oh, no, it didn't happen that way, to a person that was right there when it happened. This is what you're dealing with these people with their quote-unquote history. They're going toe-to-toe with someone who was there saying, oh, no, it didn't happen. Oh, no, that never happened.
Yeah.
Next year, it'll be 20 years since my late father and I went up to a 486 bombardment group reunion, so I could meet my grandfather's navigator. My grandfather was a B-17 pilot during World War II. And the stories that I heard and I was told while at that reunion are stories that no one else can tell because they weren't there. The men and women I met were there. And everything you heard them talk about You just sat there and you listened. You didn't interrupt them. You just sat there, you listened, and you took in the information that they were telling you.
When I was down in Orlando, Florida, again, playing Viking, all places, Orlando, Florida, and I'm only going to bring race into it because it is pertinent. This was at the same at the time that they're making the big push about the blacks in Europe fighting and all this, and really a lot of the blacks that were serving, yeah, you did have fighters over there, but a lot of them over there were basically your truck driver, jeep drivers, supplies people, which obviously very important, but they weren't necessarily on the front line. And they were completely ignoring the Pacific Theater, where you had the blacks fighting alongside with the whites. There was no segregation. They're getting their asses handed to them by the Japanese, getting put into in the yards. I got in good with the captain of the police force of Orlando. We did, and we're talking, and he was black. And one night we walk into this tent, where they're having serving drinks and all that, and he was there talking to this older black gentleman. He had some bib overhauls, the baseball cap. What do you expect someone to be in the countryside? And we were talking about that, and back and forth, and explain everything about the Pacific Theater, what the blacks were going through. That actually the Japanese were worse than Hitler in many aspects with the racism. And this black police chief captain, he just goes and turns to the old guy. He goes, "Is this true?" And this was the only time this old man said a word. He said, "Yep, yes." So it was, how odd that these white people were telling this black person actual history, and the guy that was there who lived through it, he was in that theater. I think he was a Marine. And I'm sure if we were out of line, he would have chewed us out right then and there. All he had to sit back and say was, yes. That's knowing your history and sharing it and talking about it. No matter what the ethnic group is, no matter what the gender is this history? And good, bad, or indifferent. And these kids don't. They're just walking, because my history professor told me this. You're wrong to the person that was there.
They take like one or two facts, and then like they don't because I see this, especially with like video games that they've been making lately, talking about like World War II, and it had the whole Battlefield 5 fiasco. That's the right game, I think. But they're like, oh well, women served in World War II in combat positions. And it's like, well, yeah, it's true, but not in how they're displayed. First of all, most of them on the Soviet front, but you don't, you're not having women beside men on the front lines. Like that's not what you're seeing happen there. But to these, I don't know what you call them, fake historians, backyard historians. They're like,
armchair historians.
Armchair historians. Yeah. They're like, well, they serve, so if you don't like it, you're just you're an istophobe, whatever. And it's like, no, we're just like, that's not true. Yeah, they did serve, not in the capacity you're displaying them to have.
Right.
I can say that speaking to some of the women that I spoke to almost 20 years ago at that reunion. What they told me, what their jobs were.
And when they hit the fan, yeah, you had to have women do some fighting, but that wasn't their main job. But they were still trained how to shoot a rifle. They were still trained to shoot a pistol.
And back to the whole thing about the battlefield, it's like they want to like, oh, we want to make these games more realistic. Well, then do it, but make up your mind. Yeah. If you want it to be a game, it's supposed to be fun. I get it, but if you want it to be more realistic, make it more realistic. Stop just putting in some agenda or something. I mean, I played the latest Battlefield game. It's like, oh, well, here's a group you can go join, and if you're not playing with friends, then you get killed by campers, and this game is buggy. And it's like, this is the kind of stuff, DICE and EA, that you guys want to put out. And I know some people like it, and these stuff can get better, but give us more of a fun war game again, and stop worrying about some agenda. But they can't. So
the thing with the history is you have this lie that's told.
Yes.
And
definitely.
This lie, this is the big lie. Oh, history's only written by the winners. Really?
Right.
Is that really the case?
I know, right?
Well, first of all, that's being lazy, ignorant, stupid, all the above, are just a plain liar. If that was the case, then why didn't the Vikings get better press? Obviously, they were trouncing over a lot of people in England, but who was the one writing the history about them?
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
History, just like translating, history is a hard job.
Yes.
You have to weed through. You just can't read one book and be an expert on it.
No.
You have to go back and forth, see the logical, what is logical in here, and even what is illogical, because there's illogic in life. It's like, why did this person pull this bonehead maneuver? And as you study more, it's like, oh, I can see where this is coming from.
Right,
and whether you're doing with the Roman texts, many of which are partials, like Suetonius' Annals of Imperial Rome, or you got the 12 Caesars there, the Jomskrangla with the Norwegian done by Snorri Sturluson, and the various others, the Eddas and such, the Doomsday Book with going through, are the English Chronicles. You have to go through many different sources and find out what's going on, and you're still finding new things out. It's a continuing evolution thing, but they don't want to do that. They believe that lie. Oh, only the victors write the history, so we can do whatever we want, kind of thing.
Yeah, and it is, and I'm a huge history buff, and World War II is one of my favorite wars of all time to study, because there's so much to it, the various battlefronts, campaigns, everything. And I actually got into an argument with somebody about the whole, women were fighting in World War II. I said, okay, you got to, in two major groups were they? The resistance fighters, because they needed every able-bodied person that could wield a gun. If you were healthy enough to wield a gun, you wielded a gun, man, woman, it didn't matter, because you were part of the resistance. It didn't matter. And the Soviets, they were invaded. So they needed, again, the same principle as the resistance, every able-bodied person that could shoot a gun. Didn't matter what genitalia you had. I said, but for the Americans, we had that luxury where we had an enormous male population that would do the fighting, and the women were typically in support roles. Not saying women never actually had to shoot a gun at like Germans or Italians or Japanese, but those events were few and far between compared to some of the other areas where women were fighting. But that wasn't because the women had the choice to. That was literally, I shoot or I die.
Right.
Right. And when you look at Soviet stuff, because I enjoy Slavic and especially Russian history. Most of the women in combat roles, they were not like frontline fighters. You're looking at like one of the most decorated, I think they're like 5th in like confirmed kills, is a woman from Russia for snipers. And I know that's not like the correct term, but like that's where they were. You had a lot of female Russian marksmen, and also in Air Force, whether sometimes flying the planes, but often like in anti-air, that they were still serving, and in pretty big numbers, especially comparing to everyone else. But even then, you're not really seeing them on the front lines in the thick of it. They're the marksmen, they're the defense, they're in the air. It's still like, and that's to be commended. Like, I'm not minimizing that at all. That's very impressive. But that's the facts. You can't just say, oh yeah, they were just in it with the men. That's not how it worked.
No.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Night Witches. I mean, I don't know if y'all know who. I don't know if any of y'all know who they are, but
I was going to bring that up. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you want to hear a good quick interpretation of the Night Witches and how badassery they were, Sabaton actually did a song about the Night Witches. But basically, they were a fighter bomber group made up entirely of women, and they weren't using the latest Russian airplanes. They were using like World War II-esque style canvas and wood airplanes. But they got ingenious because their planes basically would get torn to shreds if they were shot at by almost anything, really. But they used their brains, and the reason why they were called Night Witches is because they would fly up until they were near the target, cut their engines, and then glide down up until the very last moment, drop their bombs, kick in their engines, and hightail it out of there. And the Germans would hear these sounds, and they said it sounded like witches in the air. And these women only did these bombing runs at night because their planes were so fragile that at night it was much harder to see them. And the canvas and wooden planes were much harder to detect by radar in that time. So, like, you know.
No, like the Mosquito. Yeah, Mosquito was a wood bomber that was made by the Brits. So the radars didn't pick that up.
Oh, the Mosquito's a beautiful plane to look at.
It's a beautiful one. Oh, I saw one of those and heard, those engines.
You lucky, man, you lucky dog, you.
But yeah, exactly. They had those advantages. What's the biggest weapon you have in war and combat? Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. What is the best war game you guys have ever played?
Oh, that's tough. I guess it depends on. I guess it depends on what style of game you want to play first.
Mm-hmm.
And what time zone, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about MMO type, or you're talking about console type, computer,
first-person shooter type, probably.
Okay.
Black Ops 2 had a pretty cool story.
Yeah.
Black Ops 2.
Black
if I
Ops
have to
1
go,
did also. Yeah.
I'd say World at War. If I'm going just first-person shooter, World at War was amazing.
I would say World at War is great, and I guess another off-brand, not like Call of Duty game, would probably be Bad Company 2 from Battlefield.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, Bad Company 2 was so
that was awesome.
Freaking good. It had a solid campaign. And when DICE is like, we can't make a campaign, I said, well, what did you guys do with Battlefront? Excuse me, Battlefront. Battlefield 2, Bad Company, like Battlefield Bad Company 2.
Yeah.
We won't even talk about all the stuff they could have done with the remake of Battlefront. Some of it's just like, oh gosh. But Battlefield, Bad Company 2, people were like, it's time to make a 3, and they just won't do it. They will not do it for whatever reason. And that game was awesome. It had some of the most. You had just the destruction level was pretty amazing for that game.
It is funny, like you say, like,
solid
will not
campaign.
Do it. Mm-hmm. Like if they announced that game like tomorrow, the pre-orders would come flying in. Even like that's
of course.
Bad Company 2 was the game for years. Game. Like people still want a sequel, and even they were making Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, and people were still talking about Bad Company 2 because it was just that beloved.
Yeah, I mean, and then I mentioned it here. War Thunder is a great one too. That's a multiplayer game.
I've watched a lot of War Thunder, and I'm like, this is pretty dang good for a free-to-play game. From what I've seen,
it is, and it's all historically accurate. Everything from airplanes to helicopters to the various boats to all the ground vehicles. If you go to each ground vehicle, they actually have the history of it. Like you can actually pull up a web page, and it has the history on whatever vehicle it is that you want the history of, like the actual legit history. So it's incredible because they put such a level of detail into it.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the tanks and everything, how because there's multiple models of M4, and one of them has the 105 in it, and whenever Pacific Chaos and I would be playing, I'm like, I hate this M4. This turret's slow. It's like a giant artillery piece on tracks. And Chaos is like, that variant was meant to be like a bunker buster. It wasn't meant to go on tank fighting, even though it did. That wasn't its primary role. And I'm like, well, son of a, he's like, yeah, that's actually the role that model was designed for. And he explained that all the vehicles are historically accurate in that game. I'm like, holy shit.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And because they're historically accurate, you have to know what that tank is capable of and what it's not capable of. Mm-hmm. There have been times where we've been on missions and one of us is in a tank that's not suited for the battle, and what ends up happening? We end up dying.
That's usually me. It's usually me who makes that mistake. They're cursing me
It's
out.
just the thing is, like, these war games, it's like, make it like it was before, like with Mech Warrior. Make us care about teamwork again. And if you have to kind of like, maybe some people should be penalized if they don't want to work as a team. It's like, why do I want to sit there and play Battlefield where I just snipe all day and stuff? Like, why do we even have a team? Like, that's fine. There's always snipers even in real life, but in war. But it's just like, I don't. These people don't care about teamwork. So can we kind of force them to want to work together in groups because that's more fun? It's just crazy. And of course now it's like, oh, here's a multiplayer game. Same with Rainbow Six Siege. They did some nonsense with that game recently, but it's like, we don't get a campaign. No campaign. People enjoyed those campaigns. They liked Vegas. You know, whatever.
And I don't know if you remember.
Ubisoft.
I don't know if you remember when that game was kind of rumored. I think it was a different name, but it ended up being the same project. Like, that was all about like the campaign. I don't even know. I'm sure there was probably a multiplayer, but it was all about the campaign. This like new
campaign and then play the multiplayer. It's just like that's how it should be, but they're like, oh, Rainbow Six Siege is a good game. Now they have, for some reason, a transgender operator. I don't know, Ubisoft, whatever. But I know it's just crazy. But that doesn't make me want to play the game, though. Like, I play the game because it's supposed to be fun, and it can be fun, but we don't get a campaign. So these companies say to us, okay, you're going to get half a game and you need to pay full price for this. We're not going to give you a campaign. We don't like campaigns anymore. Then you get these people, which I think are very ignorant, who say, okay, all these games have to be always online. No, we need single player games. We need choices. We can't lock ourselves in and say, oh, this is the way it is now. I hate that.
I think it's.
I prefer single player campaigns, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I think it's just because of these game people, they want to make as much money as possible, and even though they can make a single player game and it be better, I mean, I love single player games. I've always been a single player guy.
Me too. I grew up with them. Yeah.
Same here. Yeah.
They can make a multiplayer game, sell it for $60, put a season pass in it, put paid skins or whatever, give you pay to get energy or whatever, So they can make a subpar game, a half-finished game, but they get way more money out of it. And it's like, I can see why they do that, but it's real annoying. Definitely not something I want to participate in.
Give us the choices. This is what we've always had, but now you've got all these new generation people who are saying, no, we need only multiplayer games. No, we get people who are paid reviewers and people paid at IGN and different companies, and they say, we need an easy mode in Dark Souls. My brain explodes. Like, really? Then just don't play it. Don't play these games.
I think
if it's so bothersome to you.
This easy mode thing, I think, is so weird because, like, first of all, if you're, just first of all, get good. But, like, besides that, like, unless you're talking about a game like Dark Souls or Sekiro, where it's like, hey, the point of this game is it's really hard. Like, I almost never come across a single player story that doesn't have an easy mode. Like, every game I don't play it, but like, I could choose to. My siblings, like, they play. I know this is not exactly a hardcore game in the first place, but like when you're playing, what's it called? Super Mario Odyssey. You can choose to have it easier because kids who's playing it is like 5. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there is some challenge in that game. Yeah, I played that game.
Yeah, but like that's something that's always been a thing. I don't know why. Like all of a sudden, we need an easy mode. It's been there. Like, what do you want?
Yep.
And not every game should be designed to have an easy mode in it. Like okay, like I brought up earlier, No Man's Sky. There is your easy mode is just normal. Like the game is not meant to be easy. Because you have to constantly be making
easy's
supplies.
boring.
You have to be constantly, it's. I'm like, man, just I miss the good old
You
days
like
where
if you don't like a challenge, then you exactly don't play the game. If you don't like the challenge,
exactly, you know. I mean, and honestly,
and
I
hate to say it, Fortnite's a pretty good example of this. You can say that building kind of takes skill, sure, but at the same time, it's you try to attack somebody in that game with just a straight to one gunfight. They're just gonna build a tower straight to the sky, and you know it's just stuff like that. They put mechanics in these games are just easier for noobs. It's like that's what turns me off. It's just why? What's the problem with having a challenge, really?
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to play it
Exactly,
because
yeah.
my kids were on there, and I don't have it on my computer anymore. I don't want to play Fortnite. There's
Dude,
nothing to that game that excites me.
could a lot of these people who like want easy modes, could they handle board games?
No.
Oh well, I mean,
What?
go. The thing is that play. You know, a lot of games that when they had easy mode, like the only time I play a game on easy mode is if I haven't played it in a while. So I'll play the campaign on easy just to kind of like get a feel for the guns and the mechanics and everything. But then I'll go play the single player on like normal then. You know, like, you know, I'll play easy once in a while if I haven't played in a while. But aside from that, you know, it's like, stop complaining, you know? There's so many games out there. Stop complaining, people.
Look,
Jeez
growing up
Louise.
on the old NES, a lot of the games
Oh,
didn't have an
gosh.
easy mode.
They couldn't take it. They
Mhm.
couldn't take it. They couldn't take these NES, Sega games. No way. Atari games.
They couldn't take the
stuff.
games that you
No.
know. You remember the games back in the day where they didn't have to tell you where to go. You had to figure that out for yourself.
Oh,
Now
gosh.
nowadays
No,
games they
they'd have
just
to
point
read.
it. Yeah. It's
If you
just
were able
games
to-
have gotten a lot lazier.
If you were able to get through Contra without using the Konami code, you felt like a boss.
Oh yeah.
Because that game was
Yeah.
hard as hell.
I wonder how these people can handle these arcade games. Like you can download MAME and stuff and get arcade games and on your PC. I was like, I don't even know if these people can handle this stuff. But I'm like, these people they're getting paid, and they say or they have the blogs or whatever. They say these ridiculous things. I'm just like, I just
Yeah, and it's funny because I'm certainly not making a groundbreaking assessment with this. Some things people have said all the time. It is like they just don't understand games. They don't like games.
Yeah.
Because they talk about things as a negative that I've never like really, who thinks this? Who cares about this? Who thought about this? Like if something is, it's one thing because I've played games before where you're using a control and it's just clunky. And
Yeah,
you get annoyed by it because you're like, well, this is stupid. Like I'm doing everything right, but because this control sucks. But no, they're just like, well, it's hard to do. Well, yeah, it's the boss. They didn't make it to be easy. Like,
well, a lot of people don't know how to do strategy no more. Their strategy is Leroy Jenkins.
It's like what Pat is talking about too. You know, you had these shows like Attack of the Show, and that was the best coverage we had of E3. And if you guys ever got to go to E3 back in the day, it was amazing. You could even take pictures with hot women. But of course, that was taken out. You know, it's canceled. Yeah,
yeah, that was
I have
Olivia
to
Munn
say,
would
for
actually, you know,
a
be wearing
recent
skimpy
game,
outfits.
That kind of has to go into my third restraining order, but we won't go there.
I have to say though, for a recent game that's come out with a pretty good challenge, is Hot Wheels Unleashed, and I hear a lot of people backlash on the game because of microtransactions, but there is no microtransactions, and that's the really good part about this game. It actually says if you want to get enough coins, if you want to actually get enough coins to buy a bunch of cars, you don't spend money to do that. There's no way to do that in the game. If you want coins, you have to win races. And the only way to win races is if you're pretty good at the game. And if you're not, then, you know, just don't be upset about it. I'm pretty happy with that game because it's actually a new one that's finally introducing a challenge rather than like telling me where to go, or if you can't do it, here, spend $100 and we'll get everything for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Patriot, you and I and Chaos, we do play War Thunder whenever we get a chance to play it together. But the one thing that the three of us always have to come up with is some kind of strategy how we're gonna survive in whatever tank we're using, whatever plane we're using.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're doing a ground mission, we have to look and see where the enemy's at and try to position ourselves where we can yeet, but they can't yeet us. And how often does that actually work out?
We come up with a plan, and 9 times out of 10, the plan is blown to hell. So what usually ends up happening is, because Chaos is the most experienced, he's usually the one like taking the fight, and then you'll get Pacific as like a support role, and then you'll be like, where's, because Common Sense America is my Twitch one, so I go by Common Sense America whenever we do those streams, and they're like, Common, where are you? I'm like, I'm sitting back here shooting at airplanes. Wait, and all of a sudden you'll just see like all this anti-aircraft fire on the far side of the map, and they're like, where are you again? I'm by the spawn point. There's so many planes up here, man. Screw tanks. I'm going to just shoot these guys down. But it becomes part of the strategy, because sometimes you'll be playing a map, and the enemy will just take to the air. So you'll get maybe 3 or 4 tanks, and everyone's in airplanes. So you have to change your strategy with, okay, we need to go get in airplanes or in anti-aircraft vehicles. You know, I mean, you have to strategize when you're in a group. You can't just all grab the heaviest tank, because some maps, they don't go well with heavy tanks. You need a light tank or a medium tank instead. You know, you got to plan around it kind of to a degree, you know? So kids these days, they got it too easy. Way too easy. Well, I'm 33, by the way, and I'm saying this. All right, I'm 33 and I'm saying this. So I mean, what does that say?
These days, get off my lawn.
I mean, I grew up on Avalon Hill games, the board games that they had for Avalon Hill. So I mean, I did D-Day. I'd done Gettysburg.
Yeah.
So you're trying to do Rechtoven's War has always been a favorite of mine, because it was, you know, the air war in during World War I, which was always a fascination. Which, of course, what did it force you, especially as a kid? You had to learn strategy, what to do, how to do this. And, you know, again, when everything goes to the poop, like you're saying, and the enemy's taking this way, well, you got to adapt the other way.
Well,
and one of my favorite computer games was one called Dreadnoughts that they had for Apple II. I think they had it for the other ones. And you're basically the captain of the Bismarck. And you have the Prince Eugene alongside you. And you're supposed to get that convoy so it doesn't get to Africa. And so it's like, okay, well, I cheated the first game. And my cheating was knowing what went wrong with that voyage with the Bismarck. So I pulled a stunt that the theater would have given me, I don't know how many awards for. I took it out of the Bergen. I took it along around the coast of Ireland, came down, hit the one convoy that was coming in, went down, hit the other convoy, and then went into France and docked at the thing at France. It's like, didn't hardly see a soul except for the convoy's escort. And it's like, well, great. What was my big cheating tool on that? Well, it was history, knowing where the ships were at that time. The sad thing is that game learned when you played. For an Apple II game, it would take what your maneuvers were and save it on the game disc that you had. And so you try to pull that next stump. Well, there was the Hood. There was the Nelson. There was the Rodney. I was like, oh, look at all these battleships greeting me, saying, hi, how are you? And that was one of my favorite. Again, it's strategy.
Yes.
And what to do about that. And we don't have that a lot with these MMOs. Again, it's like Leroy Jenkins. Have out there. And that's why when you're talking about the solo games, that's much more enjoyable, because you don't have those morons in there.
Well, you know, like you bring it up, I mean, look at what's happened with the AI, especially with Call of Duty. Like, I've killed 30 guys and they killed 2. Well, isn't that great? Same thing with the AI in the new Battlefront games. Like, they were better in the old ones because people cared enough to understand that we need smarter AI. That can do more. Why am I doing all this stuff when I have AI in Call of Duty and stuff? And it's usually been like that. But I'm pretty sure in Call of Duty 1 and 2 and maybe World at War, the AI was better. It was smarter. I mean, could these people nowadays take these board games from, like, you remember Dark Future, Baron, or Heroes Quest, or
yeah, I remember. I never played, but I know these games. Yes,
Buck Rogers, there was a game, but like these people went all out of their mind to, you know, give you an experience. Marvel RPG games, Marvel turtles. I mean, it's. I don't think these people could take this stuff anymore. What is this? Oh, I've lost interest. Let's play. What's something that's mindless? I try not to play mindless games. Oh, there's probably some mobile games out there that are mindless.
Candy Quest.
Click.
Candy Quest. I was going to ask for that, but but yeah, it's just like you're saying there. My library back there of all the role playing game books I have. That's tabletop, and of course, that's one where you have to work together, and hopefully you have a good team to get together, and you have to strategize. You have to do get in and around, and there's a lot to have great history you can use on it. Great fiction, fantasy. Some of the systems just suck.
They do.
But
they do, man.
And the problem I have found with modern day RPGers is they have that min-max MMO mentality. It's like, okay, let's go out there and be a bunch of murder hobos. No, there's stuff like negotiations, talking to people. You don't have to kill everybody you meet. You do that, and your characters are, technically, your characters should be hunted by everybody that comes around.
Yes,
and never be welcome.
Yes,
and with the AIs, like you say, and not advancing, this is where you're starting to pander to the participation crowd. From the ones that I want to, I beat this boss. This is an impressive feat. Yeah, it might have taken me 15, 30 times to do it, but I beat him. I found a way to do it. I earned this victory. Compared to, I got a participation trophy. Oh, that's so neat. And that's what you're catering to. Again, this is the mindset of a lot of people. That's probably one of the reasons why the AIs are not keen at advanced. Why?
Yeah, I mean, look at where Blizzard and Activision is now. And Overwatch was a good game, but what they were missing when they started is what Val did completely right, which was give people more options to play with their friends. And it took a few years for them to finally have custom games. And it's one of my other friends said, nobody pretty much cares about custom games. They just want to do looking for group now. And that game is fun, but I actually remember playing a ranked match, and this person said, oh, this ranked match isn't that high, so we shouldn't care about teamwork. What? I was like, well, this just makes me not want to play the game anymore. Yeah.
And
it's amazing that somebody would even say that. It just blows my mind.
Yeah, I know when you're talking about all that min-maxing, like it does get frustrating when there's a lot of people who just like they don't play the game, they play to break the game. You see that a lot. It's like, oh, this is the glitch, this is what you can do to just beat everyone because the game's broken, which sometimes is just the game being messed up. But like, I don't know how you have fun with, just like how I never know how hackers have a good time. It's like, I don't think it's very fun if you're like using an exploit. Even if you're winning, it's like, it's not fun. And I know an example, I don't know if anyone has played Yu-Gi-Oh. They had that little mobile game where you could, you could get cards mobily and play other people. And you could do it decently free, but it broke. I don't know how it's doing now. I haven't played for a long time, but it broke down because it got to the point where it was just all meta. Everyone was trying to get the same deck pretty much. You only had a couple decks that could win. And by, these matches would take like 3-4 turns. And there you go. This guy beat you already. And it's like, that's not fun. That's not why I grew up enjoying playing Yu-Gi-Oh with my friends, because someone's had some overpowered deck that they could game the system with. But
it's incredible. It's just amazing how these people act, dude. And they just, it's also funny. I'm sure you guys have seen this. Like, if a female comes on, and like a lot of females don't even want to, say something because these guys just jump on her. Like, it's just, oh, there's a female around. Oh, it's so ridiculous.
Cooties.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
oh my god!
I know.
I forget who there was. I was watching some streamer or something with his friends, and there was like a girl that got in, and they all just start making gorilla noises. They're just like, ooh, 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 ooh.
My God.
Oh, the best women were the ones who could actually like kick ass in the game.
Oh yeah.
So you get all these guys that are like you know, they're like, "Oh, baby, I'm gonna do this to you in the game and that to you in the game," and then afterwards, like the woman like kicks the ever loving crap out of them, and then afterwards, all you hear in the chat is, "I'm sorry, you said you were gonna do X, Y, and Z to me. Looks like I turned the tables."
Nice.
Those I will say, women typically in a lot of like more, I'd say, action games, they don't play as much of. I'm not saying they don't exist, but they're not the majority. It's usually typically guys. And I always find it funny when these women, they get on and these guys, they just want to talk all this crap and be pervs and whatnot. It's like, dude, like, show some respect, because a woman's actually getting in something that typically women don't get into in terms of game genres. You know, like show some respect, and maybe you can learn a thing or two. Like,
exactly.
The gaming community is not an exclusive community.
Well, that's one of the things right there, Patriot. Respect. Where is it anymore?
Right. Courtesy, respect, you know, all that stuff across the board. And, you know, you have someone who's coming in that's new. It's like, okay, that person, he or she, ain't going to know all these tools. Instead of being ridiculing them and you suck and all that, it's like, okay, this is how you do it. You know, here, we'll help you. And, you know, listen to us. Now, if that person coming in is a complete total jackwad, then obviously they deserve to get dumped on. But if they're wanting to learn, and you know, whether it's role playing games, people getting involved in that, I'm always happy to help them out and get them going. But it's like, well, these are the rules. And whether you like it or not, if you don't like it, that's the door. I'm not being mean, but you have that option.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, and that's just a wonderful thing. It's just nice to bring new people in that way and be respectful and courtesy to them.
Yes. You don't, I mean, when I started hearing about like League of Legends where people were like, oh, you should go off yourself or whatever because you can't play a character, it's like maybe they want to learn and you're just pushing them out. They don't know how to play this game. League of Legends isn't the easiest thing to play. A MOBA game isn't that easy to play. MOBA? MOBA. You're right.
And that's the reason why I do get afraid of playing some of these, you know, team games like that, because I am new. It's like I still got to learn a lot of stuff, but then it's like, well, I don't want to be ridiculed for being a quote unquote moron. It's like, well, I'm not a moron. I'm ignorant. I'm wanting to learn. If I didn't want to learn, then I am a moron.
Right,
I do want to learn.
It's just crazy. I don't really understand a lot of this stuff about gaming, about where these developers are, why they want to change stuff. I mean, it's possible that even like Rockstar is going to change things. It's just like, Rockstar, really? And GTA 5 Online's a fun game. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, there's hackers and stuff on PC. Yeah, it takes too long to load for sure. It's still a fun game, and that's what we need. We just need more fun games, and we need people to want to team up together instead of all this BS and stuff. You know, it's stupid, and even censoring people, that's not going to help. Yeah, people are saying the N-word, they're doing this. It's not going to help. It's been going on for years. What's going to matter? Just ignore it. Oh, no, let's cancel this person. It's like, no, they're going to then find a way to make things worse. So most
like they said, none of these people would survive a COD lobby from 10, 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you saw a woman in a COD lobby and she was able to keep up, maybe not in gameplay, but at least in the way she talked. I actually knew a guy once who said, if I ever find a woman like that, I don't care where she lives in the world, I'm putting a ring on that because she can hang with the boys. Yeah. She might not be able to play as well as the guys, but she's at least willing to dish it out. And I'm like, did you ever? And he's like, I almost did, but the problem was her dad didn't want me marrying her.
Dude, there was when I was playing with a friend of mine a few years ago. I think it's been about a year and a half ago. We were playing Rainbow Six Siege, and somebody on our team accidentally killed her, and it was like, oh, you know, and so she killed him, and he got so upset, and he called her the C word, and she doesn't care. She's heard it before. It's like, are these people? And you hear this right on voice. I'm like, man, this guy's ignorant. Like he just they killed each other. Move on. Nope, can't do it. There was another time a few years back. Maybe it was probably at least a few years back. This guy who was working at GameStop got upset because this woman killed him and beat him in Call of Duty. Oh no, dude, get better. And he was whining, and oh, I can't believe I lost to this lady. It's like, jeez, dude.
We can see that a bigger pair of balls then, right?
Seriously.
I mean, it gets to a point where you just walk away from the computer, or you just put down the controller,
yes,
and walk away,
or throw it against the wall. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, instead of opening your mouth, you get up, walk around, get a drink of water, or, take a dump,
go outside,
whatever. Yeah, take a breath of fresh air, then come back, and it's like, okay, well, learn from the mistake that you made. Realize, okay, what was the weakness that they exploited on me?
And
perfect part of war.
Exactly. What did I do wrong? What's up?
Guess who's back? And he's got an avatar this time.
Did he?
The Viper.
The General has returned.
Everybody,
just joking
stop
about
talking
that.
crap about him, okay? Stop talking crap about him now, okay?
No. I already ripped into him. Telling him he went AWOL on the two of us. We're battling, and he's off somewhere looking for a Jack-in-the-Box.
Oh, God, yes.
I got arrested. I will send you footage. And I got sent to Prison Island.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
See, this is why we call him Chaos, because that's exactly what he is.
No, because before, I didn't have an avatar, and then I just had to pick on Pit Viper. I was like, oh, he doesn't have an avatar. Get one, dude. Be like us. Be like us. No, I'm just kidding.
What is he, chaotic neutral?
No, chaotic.
Chaotic.
Yeah.
That would cause an explosion.
Okay, so I was minding my own business, and then the glowies came and got me for being too awesome. Next thing I know, they put me in an airplane in the prison outfit, and they pushed me over this Croatian island.
Funny, I've heard the story before.
And they put this thing in my brain. It's like an explosive, but they can also communicate with me through the thing in my brain. But then if I die, the thing in my brain reanimates my body and turns me into a zombie.
I'm sorry, guys. I really,
Zombie.
Okay, dude, how many times have I said, okay, I know you like steak with mushrooms and onions, but you keep picking the wrong mushrooms. How many times have I had this conversation, man?
Well,
I've been trying to escape. They locked the brother up.
I think Patriot and I would disagree.
Oh, wait! I'm trying to show you. Wait, Oh, Spock. Spock's getting his drive on. What's he playing?
Cyberpunk.
Oh, how do I do that?
We do that.
I'm a bad driver. Don't mind me. I just got hit by a car and I just got my car flipped over.
How are you streaming that there?
There you go.
So that everyone.
It's coming through my webcam, so it should not have to pop up on the stream fully.
I'm going back to Prison Island. I found a whole cool toys that go black and black.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, just sit right back in here.
Tale a fateful trip.
Hooligans Island again.
Aboard this tiny ship.
The game system is freaking awesome.
Gotta be careful. We can't get a copyright.
We don't need that. We don't need that.
What do you guys think of this? That video games offer more in terms of lore for franchises instead of having to make 30 different shows.
I think that's.
I think it'll be a tie between video games and novels.
Because, Babylon 5 reboot's coming out. Maybe a better idea would be a Babylon 5 MMO or something.
I'm really into Babylon.
I mean, actually, I would love to see an STO version of Babylon 5.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be really fun.
You got to.
I'm just waiting for the Orville.
Well, no, the reason I say
Orville,
Babylon
the video
5
game?
is because we know all the races. We know that there's at least, we know the Centauri have 2 ships. We know Earth has like 5 or 6. We know every race has at least
Yeah.
1 ship, and you can always expand to add additional ships with the same aesthetics of
Okay.
that race. And then, you know, I mean, it's,
There's always rooms for concepts. That's what I try to hopefully tell the STO devs if they ever check out my streams, because I always say that whenever I play Star Trek Online, it's like, you don't have to release Discovery ships if that's what they're telling you to do. Just make concepts from, I don't know, Deep Space Nine ships or Voyager ships, or I don't know, just something that we all appreciate rather than hate.
Yeah, because Babylon 5, you had Babylon 5 Wars, which was like their version of Starfleet battles.
Stop
Yeah.
it, Peter. That's just nasty.
That, you know, you can get those, which of course they delved into different concepts of the people's races' ships. It'd be easy. It'd be fun to do. I mean, they had that Star Fury a game that they were wanting to release, but somehow never did back in the 90s.
yeah, I heard something about that like a while, like, yeah. I mean, there's
my
Babylon
burden
5
here.
is so untapped when it comes to actual games. I think there is a mod out there, and I can't remember the name of the game, but there's a mod out there where the game literally is a Babylon 5 game. And there's another mod.
Can you see what's going on?
Say what?
Can you see my doing around being duty? Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
I'm trying to see my camera from Prison Island.
Chaos has erupted.
No?
This
Yeah,
stream
can you
has
see-
gone
can you
off
see
the
what's going on?
rails.
It always goes off the rails.
I would love to know what that game is with that mod. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, and then there's another one for the same game where it's a mod where it's all Halo. So it's either the UNSC or the Covenant, and they explored, they developed more human ships, more Covenant ships, and obviously the 2 biggest things that the human ships can be pumped out faster, but they don't have shields, and the Covenant ships, they have the shielding, so they're much more resilient in battle. So it's like, and they can take out UNSC. So it's like, but so I mean, there's games out there where they've created almost entirely new games within these games just with mods. And I've seen the Babylon 5 and the Halo versions of this game. I can't for the life of me. And the only reason I know about it is because Eckhart's Ladder, when I used to follow
I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Sins of a Solar Empire. Are you talking about Sins of a Solar Empire? The mods got that.
Yeah,
Star Trek
that's a good one.
They have
Yeah.
Star Wars. They have freaking Mass Effect mod for that game. It's insane.
Yep.
I wish they would do that with Blade and Sorcery, add some Star Trek mods, because mainly it's just a Star Wars mod going on there where you could have like lightsabers and everything. That would be cool if you could hold a phaser in that game.
Huh.
I mean, I have a lightsaber mod for Skyrim.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I mean,
I don't
there's
know if
this,
it counts, but I mean, it's
Maybe you
They
can
have,
pretend you're Thunder the Barbarian.
Actually, I'll show you this. I'm actually a modder for a really undeveloped game. It's only created by one developer, but I helped add what's it called? A batleth, for the game. It's like a weapon mod, and I also added Spock to the game, so I'll pull that up right now. It's actually kind of interesting.
they had a mod
I love-
for Skyrim where you could be. It made one race to be Austrian, and then, of course it just looked like Arnold. And then you could get a double-barreled shotgun, just shoot everyone. It was basically a one-hit kill.
Keep in the carriage.
There was a mod for Skyrim where it turned the Stormcloaks into the rebels, and the rebel attire was from Return of the Jedi when they're on Endor, and then the Imperials were stormtroopers, and the generals all looked like Vader. So like all the commanders all looked like Vader because the commanders.
Oh, that's messed up.
It was so, but the problem is it crashed. It crashed every 10 minutes, so I got rid of that mod because it just kept crashing. But it was so much fun to play it as that.
Huh.
Darksaber?
So, yeah, this is a dark saber that I also added. It's got the sounds playing too, but I don't think the sounds are able to play through the webcam stuff I have going on. But the sound effects are there. It's all textured and everything. This took a long time. I'll show you what took longer though. I think you guys are really gonna like this. This is something I wanted to show to Mike too. So we got a Batlith, and we also put Spock. Unfortunately, it's the Kelvin timeline version though.
Oh,
I'm
God.
having a
No.
I'm having a Leonard Nimoy because there isn't any Leonard Nimoy models out there since they haven't taken advantage of him, putting him in a game and stuff. But
sorry about that, guys. The internet here cut out.
Oh, you're good. I didn't even know you jumped out.
You're good.
See, this isn't
But,
the part where we do the music.
There is a ton of music mods in this game. I put the Klingon theme in this one, where it just usually when they engage in battle, it's the I forget what the name is. It's just called the Klingon theme. Yeah, bum bum. Yep, that
Right,
one's
you see
great.
what Bob tried to show you?
Try sharing it in the private chat, then I can share it on screen.
Say again?
Try sharing it in the private chat, then I can share it on screen.
Let's see.
You should see the share option on the bottom of the screen.
Wait, bottom. Yep, share.
No.
Yay.
But this is completely the guy who made this game. It's completely based off Jedi Knight Academy.
Oh yeah, I can tell. I have that game. That game is one of my favorite Star Trek or Star Wars games of all times. Like, okay.
Super fun.
Oh yeah, one of the most in-depth. Kind of reminds me of the Bushido blade of Star Wars. Ugh.
Yeah, it does. This also, the blocking in this game, if you play against friends, it's very similar to Mordau, which is the kind of like, I haven't played it myself, it's more of like a chivalry fighting game.
This is zombies. He's trying to beat your way in my car. You can't come in. You're dead. I'm sorry. I'm not into.
I know the game this is.
Can you see it?
I see it. I am showing it on the stream right now.
Okay. Apparently, she doesn't understand. I'm only into living girls. Gotta go. Oh. Look, no. I'm not. I don't care if you're working. No. I don't want your service. Goodbye. She doesn't understand. Wait. Game? Oh, no. I'm in the city. No. No. I have a shotgun.
Well, I was gonna say all we're seeing right now is just a still picture.
Yeah, I was
saying.
Yeah.
The city. The last update they did, like the city, apparently optimized. I'm in the biggest city on the map. And look at her! Stop! And she just murdered herself. Okay, I need to get out of the car. Maybe that'll. Like, no,
I was saying, it just looks like a screenshot to me.
Yeah,
from what
that's all it looks like.
Yes, it's apparently. Let me just have. Okay, there we go. I got some motion. Get out the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Out the car. Out. No. Stop telling me things I can't do. Get out the car. Okay. Shotgun. Oh no! I should not have started streaming this while I was in the city. Okay. Oh, the zombies are gonna eat my face. Hello.
So this is one of the models I paid for to get created. They're pretty pricey, but worth it in the end. This is Kyle Katarn revisioned.
I was going to ask if that was him.
Huh, that's pretty cool.
Wait, I want to see. Oh my god, my computer's having brain issues. Stop it.
I can even make him.
Ooh, that's
blonde.
cool.
Wait, where is
Who
it?
the hell is calling
Here
me?
it is.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute you.
Okay, yeah.
Blonde Catan. And then, unfortunately, we have this guy.
What do you mean?
Oh,
He's the best Sith Lord there ever was.
bestest ever.
PS3 Spock.
Ah, yes, the infamous Sith Lord.
Captain on deck.
Master Paul.
At ease, at
Good to
ease.
see you,
Oh
buddy.
my goodness.
Sorry
Mr.
I'm
Paul's
late.
here now.
It's all right, brother. You're never late.
Thank you.
He
So,
arrives with precisely what he means to.
thanks. So yeah, happy 100 subscribers, man.
Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it.
No problem. So what sort of stuff y'all been talking about today?
A lot.
What haven't we talked about? I mean,
The same thing we do every day.
We're over 3 hours now, so
yeah, 3
Fair enough.
hours and yeah.
Yep.
Shit. I didn't...
Well,
Well,
I
I don't mean to be a
all right,
party
guys, Paul's
pooper.
here. All right, party over. No, I'm just
Well, I hate to be a party pooper, but the bear needs to go to Land of Nod and get ready for jobs tomorrow. So, all right, I'd love to stay
All right,
on
brother.
a little longer. Well, it was great talking with every single one of you and everybody in the chat. It was great reading your chats out there. And of course,
It was good. Nice to meet you,
yeah,
Baron.
it's nice talking to you.
Yeah,
Baron.
nice to meet you too. Yeah, man.
and Pacific, thank you for having me on.
Not a
Congratulations.
problem. Thank you, brother. I'm
And,
glad
you know,
I was able to talk with you.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be doing start a live stream sometime here too. So I'll DM you and see about sometime doing a little talking back and forth on that. So,
Oh, I would love that.
okay, great. And of course, several people over here as we get to know them, the same thing. I mean, I love to talk with YouTubers and show. Everybody has the one image, but when you start getting to like a personal one-on-one talk with people, you start getting some of the best stories possible out there. That's why we're fighting. And that's what it is. So, again, thank you so much, everybody. Have fun. I was humbled and honored to be here, as I always am when someone wants me on. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. And stay away from those mushrooms there.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
mistake. Avoid those mushrooms.
You hear that, TK? Never mind. He's not going to hear it. He's in the middle of the conversation.
Okay. Fairly well. Fairly well. Hail and goodwill to all of you.
Yulon True.
Jolon True.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to call tonight too, guys. It's getting a little late, and I still have a couple of things to take care of, and I have an early morning. Mike, congratulations on 100 subs.
Thank you, brother.
Let's hope for 200 before the end of the year. I think you're going to get it. So
Yes. I'd love to
all right,
have
this
you on
guy's-
again, deleted scenes.
Oh, sure, no problem. I'd love to come back on. It's good meeting everybody.
Good to meet you too.
You too, man.
Good to see you.
Buddy. Take care, guys.
Have a great night.
So
Hi, man.
I kind of want to get a warm up in for Tuesday. What do y'all think? What y'all think of Star Trek V? Those that have seen it.
Dang it, Paul.
Go ahead, Cash. I can hear it in your voice.
That movie is a mess. Still not as
Star
bad
Trek
as
5.
Star Trek 5 is a mess. It's still not as bad as Santa Inc., but that's not saying much for me.
I think you could not to be too gross, but I'm pretty sure you could make a case for Two Girls, One Cup being better than Santa
Oh
Inc.
gosh, dude.
I will take your word for it.
Yeah, I have not watched that actually.
Oh, I'll be honest, I haven't either. I just saw an opportunity for a joke.
Only way 5 works for me is if I watch it with the way Doomcock envisions it, where once you get to the scene where they're all around the campfire and Kirk goes to sleep, everything else after is a dream. It never actually happened. That's the only way that movie makes sense, because
Fair
then
enough.
it's like, okay, I can understand how that's actually a dream then, because dreams are crazy and insane and don't make any sense 95 or 6% of the time. So
It was all a dream.
I'm gonna steal that quote from you, Smoking Patriot, so I can use it on Tuesday, because that actually makes a lot of sense.
It's Doomcock. It's not me.
Well then,
yeah,
well then,
yeah. Because somebody asked Doomcock that, because Doomcock says, I don't mind 5 as much as as much as it's hated, and everyone's like, why? And he's like, well, because if you watch the movie up until the point where it's at the campfire, Kirk goes to sleep. If you watch it with the mindset of everything after that moment he goes to sleep is a dream, it changes the way you look at the movie. He's like, I'm not saying it's the best, but it's at least a little bit more palatable watching it from that perspective.
Makes sense.
Cock.
See, I liked it as a sort of, well, I'm not going to say so bad it's good anymore. I'm going to say so silly it's good. Because, yeah, this was absolutely a silly mess of a movie.
Yeah.
That, honestly, I think it's two fatal flaws for me. Number one, I think Shatner tried a little bit too hard to out-direct Leonard Nimoy. And number two, I did not like Sybok as a villain. I think what they I think what they should have done. Sybok. Here's what actually ruined Sybok for me. I could have at least tolerated everything else about him, but the fact that they made him related to Spock, I wish they would have just left Spock an only a child. And of course, if he's left an only child, that wipes out Michael Burnham. Everyone rejoices.
Paul, your pain runs deep. Share it with me. Release that pain.
But do you know what? Crazy argument, and I'm probably going to get hate, so I'm bracing for the hate because I'll take it. You could argue Star Trek V opens the door for them to be like, well, if he had a brother, why couldn't he have had a sister?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You know, I mean, as much as Mikey Burnham makes me.
Could you say that again? I don't think anybody heard you.
I didn't say anything. It was more like me trying not to vomit.
But yeah, other than those two things, I liked this movie for the mess that it was. And yeah, Tuesday Night Trek, this coming Tuesday, myself, Spock, Cash, and Mike, we're going to be talking about it on my channel. And I can already tell that both Cash and Crit are going to be ganging up on Nerdporeal if he's still in the chat.
He's somewhere. He's somewhere.
And me, I guess. I'm not going to argue about it, but it is a favorite of mine. One of my favorites, at least.
Yeah.
Here's how I look at
It's on the
Star
bottom
Trek
tier of the list, though.
Yes, it's a terrible Star Trek movie. Let's just go ahead and say that. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about the brotherhood between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. The bond that they share. They even say it in the film. Here we are on shore leave, and what are we doing? We're spending time together. You know, without those three, you don't have Star Trek.
Yeah, that's
like with
one of
Han,
my
Luke, and
favorite
Leia.
reasons of it.
You don't have Star Wars. So, you know, I'll go into further detail on Tuesday, but you know, you look at the film and you're thinking, okay, this is the original series with a little bit bigger budget, but still the effects look bad.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, again, it's just one of those movies that I just, you know.
I'll say it's the most boring out of the six.
Agreed.
For sure.
One is pretty boring, so that's.
But it does have its like.
Yeah, I like the motion picture, but I understand it's slow.
It's slow. That's
to.
Yeah, I think that's when I say boring. I mean that it's so slow that it could be defined as boring.
I see where you're getting at.
It did give us our modern interpretation of a Klingon, at least. So, you know, there is that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I got my. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Woopah. Go ahead.
Oh, it wasn't going to be about Star Trek, so I'll let you guys talk.
Yeah, thinking about Star Trek V. One thing I did like is at the end when Spock brought back his instrument that we only saw prior to that in the original series and started playing "Row, Row, Row Your Boat," and
Oh my
But
gosh.
They should have started singing "Wheels on the Bus" after that.
I think that's how we're gonna open the stream on Tuesday. I'm gonna sing "Row, row, row your boat."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, that might even be copyrighted. I don't know.
If that's copyrighted, I will eat one of my guitars.
I mean,
that would be an
if you're gonna
interesting
do
stream,
that,
for sure.
do it. Make that a charity stream.
That's right.
No.
Although, how are you going to get those strings down? I'm curious to see, man. Oof.
And considering the fact that the only guitars in the room with me right now are 12 strings, so that's double the pain.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I can't even imagine what Mexican Iron Man would say.
Oh my gosh.
He'd probably be cheering it on, because then he would finally have an advantage in our lightsaber duel coming up in May.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Wait, you guys are gonna have a lightsaber duel?
Yes. So what we're talking about is Echo Base Network is having a big meetup in Nashville at the International Collectors Commissary Convention. It's a big Star Wars toy collecting thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're having a big meetup that whole weekend, and since both Mexican Iron Man and I are going to be there, there was this one stream that him and Stone Loki were doing together on Loki's channel, where I jokingly said, you know what, I may not have seen as many classic 80s and 90s movies as you, Mexican Iron Man, but I know I could beat you in a lightsaber fight. And since then, it has blown into this huge deal where now it's like a cage death match with Felix Quiros as the referee, Coach and Nick and Coffee on Korriban as the announcers. It's gotten kind of ridiculous. And of course, if I lose, I have to take back everything bad I've ever said about yellow lightsabers.
What? Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't like yellow lightsabers. I think they look ugly.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like yellow.
Thank you.
So, are you telling me?
And I know it's the Guardian
you're
color,
yeller?
but yeah.
What's up, Patriot?
I said, so are you telling us that you're yeller? Sorry, I couldn't help it. I could.
Oh,
I chose not to.
He's Paul Skywalker.
Well, hold on a second.
No.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on
This
here.
character is Paul right now, and this is what happens to Mix and Iron Man when he fights Paul. There we go.
Bring
it on.
I got a bunch of stuff today. I was out like all day shopping for things. Got my whole Christmas, all my stuff for Christmas people. So that's good.
Right
Now
on.
I'm yellow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I should wear my blue one.
You should.
I'm gonna get a webcam soon, because the one I'm using is simply just for streaming games and stuff. Because it has this cool little feature within it.
That's pretty cool.
And by the way, I have a second one of these now that's actually a pajama shirt, and that's probably the one I'm going to be wearing more often. I just got to get my mom to make it not so long on me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to get a shipment confirmation about mine.
And what color again did you order?
Aye, Captain. Red.
Oh, nice.
Wait, did you? Okay, so
Woopah
who here has seen the Star Trek
snap.
2009 How It Should Have Ended?
It means
negative
business.
Okay,
I haven't seen
so have you ever seen the how it should have ended on YouTube ever?
I have seen.
I haven't.
I've seen how Predator should have ended.
And I've seen how Force Awakens should have ended.
Okay. Well, when they did it for Star Trek 09, they're trying to get out of the wormhole, the black hole, and then Kirk says, "Quick, we need to jettison everything on the ship, including the red shirts, and then you hear Sam, "Scotty, jettison all the red shirts." "But I'm wearing a red shirt, Captain. I said all the red shirts," and he said, "Okay," and he puts on a gold shirt.
Okay, so that meetup, Padawannabe, is the weekend of April 30th, May 1st, and May 2nd. In fact, I'm going to get that link to the meetup now and drop it in the chat, or at least to the convention.
Yeah, like I said before, if you guys want to promote your channels, go ahead and promote your channels.
Good time, I guess, too, because I'm about to head out. I'm gonna head out, and Mike, we're gonna talk soon, I guess, on Monday. If you want to join the Hot Wheels stream, we're just gonna have a pop-in session too. If you want to just chat with me, but
okay,
nice.
It was good to be here, dude. Congratulations on 100 subs. You're almost at 120 now, so that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Congratulations,
I'm really happy for you,
brother.
dude. That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so
what crazy shit are we gonna do with your 200 subscribers?
Hold up. Go ahead, Paul.
So yeah, there is the link for the ICC Con in the chat, and just like Spock, I'm going to be heading out of here also.
All right.
So
Thank you for coming on, Paul. Really appreciate it. Can't wait till
All right, Paul.
Tuesday.
It's good seeing you,
Yeah,
Paul.
Paul.
Tuesday will be
I'll see you
exciting.
tomorrow.
And,
Tuesday, sorry.
Comment. Oh God, I think I'm getting beat to death. Congratulations again, homie. What are we gonna do on your 200th? Maybe a pizza party, or sip some Klingon blood wine, or whatnot.
I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Anyways, well, I'm planning on setting an actual streaming schedule and sticking to it. So you'll be seeing more of the chaos between me.
We should place a bet. We should place a bet and see if that actually happens.
We are going to. I just got my new monitor. I just dropped $200 on Black Friday. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out some things.
200. That's it.
General is back. I'm taking command of the forces again, and there's going to be a new update coming up on War
You've been
Thunder.
demoted to private. You got to work your way up.
I'm the commander and brother in chief. I run this motherfucker. I am
not on this channel. Not on this channel. I'm the general here.
Okay, General. But yes, I hope you guys have been doing some grinding, because some crazy ass shit's going down at War Thunder.
What have I been telling you? What have I been telling you? We've been grinding.
Okay.
I was grinding for a bit, and then I stopped because I got tired of literally getting my ass handed to me and losing so much money that I've taken a little bit of a hiatus because I got so pissed off.
Okay, what battle ratings are you two at?
I'd have to get on the game and look. I honestly don't.
Are you
remember off
both
the top of my head.
firmly in the Shermans?
I'm at a 3.3 battle rating.
I'm either high 3s or low 4s.
Okay, because there is some freedom that needs to be spread.
Don't worry, it will.
Dude,
gotta
it
spread
will.
freedom.
5. I've been spreading freedom all over the inner sphere, man.
Okay.
Literally, my company is called Freedom Spreader, and we're painted in red, white, and blue digital camo.
I need to see this, because we need to spread freedom like cream cheese over a nice little bagel.
I might do a Twitch stream. I might do a Twitch stream of it at some point. I want to get the mechs higher up first, because they're still lower level mechs. So,
all right.
A word to the wise. If anybody happens to watch our War Thunder streams, just be prepared to put on earmuffs if you are offended by a certain language.
What? Just because when people try to uninstall my life program by shooting me in my butt cheeks?
I've just given a warning. Just like at the beginning of this stream, there's that warning.
I don't
well, gentlemen, I really have to head out though. This was good though. I had a great time, like as usual on this stream. So it was good talking to you, Cash, Patriot.
You too.
Yeah, it was good seeing you again.
Woopah.
Nice talking to you again, Spock.
Thank you for
too,
coming on,
Chaos.
Spock.
Thanks for having me on tonight, Mike. This was great.
I gotta step out to a friend wants to vent, and she's lucky she's pretty.
All right.
So I'll see you guys.
Live long and prosper, gentlemen.
And you will.
True. Friend.
I'll probably drop in a stream on the channel tomorrow. Soldiers, prepare to mount up. Mike, and coming. Drop them the info, and I'll see you guys on the battlefields of War Thunder tomorrow, probably 7 p.m. avocado orange time.
7 p.m. So that's 9 p.m. my time.
That's 10 p.m. my time.
Prepare to spread freedom.
All right.
This has been TKO with the Digital Department of Defense. Signing off.
And then
he is chaos. He is chaos.
That's an understatement.
You guys are taking bets on him, so we'll see how that goes. If he sticks to his plan of the schedule on his stream, I guess.
We've heard that 3 separate times. That's officially the 4th time. So, yeah. He's like, we're going to stick to a schedule. And we started to. We actually started to for about a week and a half. And then he went AWOL for, what is it, 3 weeks right now? 3-4 weeks?
Almost 4.
Almost 4 weeks. So, hence he is private chaos now.
You guys found him in next to a locker or something, just sitting there in the corner.
Well,
I have known chaos since I was in high school.
Nice.
Since 10th grade. So it's been 26 years I've known him.
Wow.
So yeah. I could tell you stories, but I
sure
think
you
they would
could.
pull my channel.
Yes,
I don't
probably.
Yeah.
I would think so. I would definitely think so on that one.
Yeah, but Spock invited me to come on his stream. I'm not gonna, tell him yes and not show up. So Spock, I will show up tomorrow, and you can guarantee it.
Yeah.
And if the general is so inclined to at least have me as part of his stream for a little while, because after all, it is going to be 10 o'clock Eastern, and he knows how I am after midnight. Oh gosh, I'm scary. I'm scary. But yeah.
Yeah.
So, Cash, is there anything you want to promote from your channel, or?
Well, I've got my one channel, with the Phantom Hooligans each week, and that's Matt Risman, who was here earlier. That's me, but we have a few other people. Daryl, some of the Hooligans don't show up. Arlena. And they're just busy, because we've been doing this on Sundays, but we've been consistent, and we usually do that at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So it's me, Matt Risman, and Strike. I don't know if you know Strike from the Hangar Bay, or know of him, or seen him on stream, or.
Okay. No, I'm not familiar with him, to be honest.
He has his own stream. He does Legos and stuff. A lot of people. Do you know about the Hangar Bay? You know about the Hangar Bay community a bit, right?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah. So he's part of that, and so we just had to find a schedule, and it works out for people on that day. So.
All right.
That's what we're doing. Yeah. So that's the one stream, and then I have other streams going on, but that's the main thing I'm working on right now is the Phantom Hooligans.
Okay, well, if you want to go ahead and post a link in the chat, go right ahead.
All right.
I have no issue with it.
Well, I mean, you can post it. Doesn't matter to me, but yeah, I can post it. It's fine.
No, I could do it. It's no problem. Just bear with me a second. And see, that's the thing about me that I want people to understand. You come on my channel, if you want to promote your channel, go ahead. Because that's how your channel is going to grow. That's how, Woopah Troopah's channel is going to grow. That's how the Smoking Patriots channel is going to grow, is by promoting your channels. So I don't mind it. It's how I was able to get where I'm at.
Yeah. Look out. You look out for each other.
Mm-hmm.
There. Did that work? I think so. Yeah, dude, no worries, Pat. I've known Pat a long time. We also do some streaming together on somebody else's stream. Pat has got a lot of knowledge of a lot of different things, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Very cool.
Did that post or?
No, it didn't post, so I'm going to go ahead and post it.
I don't know why.
Just include what it is.
It didn't post properly. That's weird. Okay.
The extra online orders you're making, the way your customers using Wi-Fi when they come in, the increase in digital orders you're dishing
All
out.
right. Did it show that time? I don't know.
I just posted it, so we should see it pop up in the chat.
Okay. Ah, there it is. Yep. Oh. Yep. Sweet. Yeah, I don't know. I posted it on my actual account and it didn't show, so I think there was something. I think I know why. I don't know.
I don't know why it didn't show either.
It's all good.
But I do see it in the chat now, so if you haven't subscribed to the Phantom Hooligans, please subscribe to the Phantom Hooligans. Say hello to Cashmoney.
Yep.
And
it's a variety channel, so we talk about a lot of different subjects, show videos of things.
Very nice. And of course, Woopah, you just recently started your channel.
Yes, I am finally a YouTuber.
Nice.
Welcome.
It's great. Well, yeah, welcome to the madness.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm excited. I'm trying to stream, so I did my intro video, and I did my first stream on Woopah Wednesday for Pokemon Red. Spent 2.5 hours. I didn't even get to Brock because I picked Charmander, and that is always fun. I gotta give myself a challenge, you know. You gotta go with Charmander.
I like Charmander, but the first 3 gyms, technically 2. The first 2 gyms, he's worthless.
I know, that's the thing. That's why I did it. You know, I can't give myself the easy way out. This is Pokemon Red after all. It's on the.
Okay. There is a way that you can beat Brock and Misty without even using Charmander, but it takes a lot of grinding though. To do it. And I learned that the hard way. You got to get a male Nidoran, because in the low teens he gets double kick, which is fighting. So you use him against Brock, and then you get a Pikachu while get in the little bug forest.
Viridian
you level
Forest,
him up enough, and you use Pikachu against Misty.
Yeah, I got Pikachu. Terry, that's his name. Terry. My Charmander is Larry.
Terry.
we got Larry, Terry, Harry, and Jerry. I got a Rattata. I named her Jerry. I figured that was fitting.
Oh. I haven't played. I have a Pokemon game for the Switch. I think it's Sword, but I haven't played the old school ones in so long.
Yeah, I have X. I have a few Pokemon games. One of my friends like, you got to get into Pokemon. It's so much more than you think it is. And like, okay, I guess. And it's like there's a lot of strategy involved. Like, oh crap. So one of my friend finally had convinced me to buy Pokemon X because I was against Pokemon for many years, and I didn't even grow up with it. So
I take that as a personal attack.
With it. The best versions.
I know. I see the whoop.
Yeah. Well, the best versions are Gold and Silver, because it's literally like you get 2 games in one, because you get the original green, blue and red, and then they have the whole other world where because you start out on the main on the new island
Johto.
with Johto, and then you have that's where they have a lot of the old school ones from the red and blue, but then they have the 100 new Pokemon on there too. So you get a mix of the old and the new. And then part of it is you have to go back to the original island and still play it as if you were still doing an original playthrough of all 9 gyms. So it's 18 gyms, 2 islands, 350 Pokemon. So it's like 2 games in one, kind of. So those are my 2 favorites, Gold and Silver, personally.
Gen 2 is pretty good. I like Gen 3 a lot. The Gen 2 is when Woopah came around, so you know.
Yeah, I'm shocked on this.
It's a very important. It's a very important, very monumental. Overall, a great experience for.
Oh man!
You know, one small step for man, one giant leap for Woopah kind.
I know.
Gosh.
Gosh, I know.
I'm not commenting. I'm keeping silent.
I know.
Shut up, Mike.
I know according to a lot of people, and I understand, like, you know, you had a less pokey deck and the sword and shield, and you had it's an easier game, and people did not like that. And people have mixed feelings about it, but it still sold well, probably because of the name Pokemon. But they should give people all the Pokédex that they want and stuff. So I don't know
Yeah, it's I haven't played a lot of the more recent ones.
Oh, okay.
But it is odd. They had like the experience share. I'm not a fan of that. Like
I hated that. I hated it. I mean, it's the one thing I will say. It is nice because if you get like 1 or 2 really high levels that you can just crush most of the game with, then all the Pokemon that are just sitting in your storage, you can take at 4 at a time and pull them in, and then just kick total ass with your 2 strong ones, and then the other 4 still get the experience. So the experience share is nice from that perspective, but if you're just doing your main playthrough, experience share is terrible because you want all that experience to go towards certain Pokemon sometimes,
right?
You know?
Yeah, and I think it's also just, you know, because I get what people say, like, oh, you want to take away the grind, but it's also just like, you know, that was kind of part of it, you know. Oh, hey, you know, you trained this one guy too much and not your other guys. Oh, well, you're gonna have to, you know, train that up before you get to the gym. And now they're just like, oh, let's take that away. Like, no, I mean, I get that grind can be annoying, but it's never like Pokemon grind was terrible. It's not like it was, oh, you're taking, you know, hours upon hours. You know, maybe you take an hour or 2, and then if you just play the game how it's meant to be, it's probably gonna go, you know, it's not gonna be too bad. So the experience share, I think it's annoying. I wish they would let you like turn it off, but I'm just playing Gen 1 right now, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I'll go back and play some of those other Pokemon games. I still got to finish Pokemon X, and I haven't played in a while. It's like, what do I do now? I'm in a museum. I don't know where to go. I'll figure it out. It's been a long time. I'm just like, where the hell do I go?
Yeah. And the new game, with the whole universal decks, how they got rid of that kind of, I think it's odd. Like, I'll tell you, I'm trying to catch them all now, but I never particularly cared about that growing up.
Yeah, that's a lot, man. That's a lot of Pokemon.
Oh, especially now. But what I think is weird about it is just like, why did they get rid of it? You know? Because their excuse was like, oh, well, we just can't have the memory for that. And I'm like, really? You're telling me that's the excuse? You switch the first Pokemon game, well, not the first one, the first main series Pokemon game on the Switch, which is certainly more powerful than the 3DS. And you're telling me, oh, we can't do it. We don't have because that's the same excuse that they use with Madden. They're like, oh, we can't add this feature in because we're over our limit of space, or whatever they say. And I'm like, I just don't buy that. I don't buy that as an excuse.
Yeah,
I don't want to put the effort toward it.
the thing.
that's why people were so mad about the Pokédeck, because it's like, oh, I want all these Pokemon and we don't have them. It's like, and people are like, oh, well, the it's good enough. It's like, well, then why wasn't it good enough before? So it's just like, give these people what they want. I don't understand. They want these Pokédecks, and these are hardcore Pokemons, way more hardcore than me. Give them what they want, and so whatever.
I don't know. I mean, I still love just the fun of, like, with Red and Blue. Red had certain Pokemon that Blue didn't, and vice versa. So you had to find somebody that had the opposite version,
right?
And
that makes
you had
sense.
to trade.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was part of the fun, because you had because everyone had their favorite. Well, you had your red lovers and your blue lovers. So you had to find, if you had blue, you had to find a red lover. If you were red, you had to find a blue lover. And sometimes your group was all one color. You didn't have somebody of the opposite color in your groups that you'd play with. So it was, that was the fun of it as being a kid, was finding that one person. And it could be that one kid who you hated, but you're like, I'm going to bite the bullet this one time and talk to him.
Oh, yeah. There was always those Pokemon that could only evolve with trading. I'd always go to my cousin and be like, hey, look, how about you trade me this Pokemon, and then I'll trade you this guy. And he'll level up, and then you can trade him back. And then one time I remember my cousin was like, I don't want to trade him back. I'm like, listen here, you bastard. I will beat the crap out of you. You're not trading back my Pokemon.
I actually had a loophole with that. My brother, he had the other version, but he played it for a bit, then stopped. So he gave it to me, and I said, well, can I have your Game Boy?
I see where you're going with this. I know I did that because I had, when it was Gen 3, I had Ruby and Sapphire. So when my cousins were asleep, I'd just like borrow his Game Boy, get the link cable going, just hook both my copies in, just trade over whoever I wanted. I remember I had, because it was also the legendary, so I had 2 different starters, 2 different legendaries. It was broken, but it was great. I loved it.
And that's the thing. You have to have love for these games when you're doing, the grind. Otherwise, what's the point? And we just lost Patriot.
And we lost Patriot. All right, well.
Yeah, I was wondering. It seemed I thought he stopped in the middle of a thought. I'm like, oh, I thought he was going to keep going. I guess he was.
It could be StreamYards that cut him out, because it's done it to him the past couple of times he's been on. Or for some reason, it gets to that point where it just eats him off the stream. Okay, I'll admit there was that one time I was using Melon for the first time, just to see what the differences were between Melon and StreamYards. And I was the one that accidentally yeeted him. And he hasn't let me forget about it since. But, it's been a great conversation tonight. I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm ready to wrap this up.
Yep.
It was a good time, but it is.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
It's almost 1 for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, Cashmoney, Woopah Troopah, I want to thank you guys for coming on. Of course, I want to thank the Smoking Patriot for coming on. Baron Orman Tagge, I want to thank him for coming on. Paul from the Star Wars guys, I want to thank him. I wanted to thank Deleted Scene for coming on. And Captain Robert for coming on. Chaos for coming on. I want to thank the Nerdporeal Lifeform for coming on. I want to thank everybody who came on. I want to thank everybody who stopped by in the chat, whether you're new here, whether you're an old friend. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. It certainly means a lot. I know this channel still has a long way to go until it reaches the point where I'm pretty much happy with it, where I'm satisfied with it. But the thing about doing this is you're never satisfied. You just have to keep going, keep grinding, and keep trying to find new ways to get your audience interested. And that's what I'm planning to do. And some of it's by watching editing videos to see how I can do different special effects. And other parts of it is trying to edit videos better and also giving you better reviews instead of like I've done before, and I still continue to do for some reason, is I start a review and I go and. It's like, okay, I really got to cut that out.
So it's easy to do. Trust
Yes.
me, I do that all the time.
It happens.
But I do want to let you all know that tomorrow, probably around 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern, I will be giving you all my thoughts and review of episode 1 and 2 of Hawkeye. And then after that, you can catch me joining Spock for a little bit on his channel Friday night.
Nice.
Spock's Friday night. So I'll be over there for a little bit.
Awesome. Well, I had a blast, man. So thanks for inviting me.
Not a problem. It was a pleasure. And I'm looking forward to Tuesday when we're talking about Star Trek 5 and we're all giving our various thoughts and opinion.
Yep.
Anything you'd like to add, Woopah?
Not really. Besides, I don't know if I said I'm hopefully streaming this Wednesday. More Pokemon. So.
All right.
And
And also,
were you gonna say that?
I think the pitcher and catcher were on the same page. Be sure to catch Woopah Troopah and I Saturday at 8 o'clock Eastern. We're going to be talking about all the baseball rumors that happened this past week, you know, as far as circulating around the league. We're also going to be talking about the signings and anything else that develops as far as the collective bargaining agreement between the owners and the players. So if anyone's interested in hearing our take, well, come on by.
Yep.
Everybody's welcome.
Nice.
I don't know what you'll be saying about the Cubs. I know I'll be complaining about the Cardinals. How much I'm annoyed with them right now, but
Yeah, yes, I'm still a pretty big sports fan, though. I don't watch basketball anymore for various reasons. But,
oh yeah, obvious reasons with that. But even on top of that, you know, I will admit I was never the biggest basketball fan. NFL was hard for me because I love fantasy football, but also St. Louis native. Hard to really like the NFL right now.
Yeah, baseball is my favorite sport to watch. So.
Yeah, I love me some baseball.
I grew up in the San Diego area, so I rooted for the Chargers. But the moment they left for LA, I said, I'm not rooting for them. They had plenty of time to come up with a stadium deal to stay in San Diego, but Spanos didn't want to.
No.
Oh, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know, Rams fan, St. Louis Rams fan. I hate the Patriots, especially after that Super Bowl and all Spygate. And even then, with all that, when the LA Rams were playing the Patriots, I think that's the first time I ever rooted for the Patriots. Do not let these LA Rams win.
I could go on and on about sports and the fact that the Rams and the Chargers came back to LA. It's like it's like what my brother said before. We need an expansion team. We don't need with this new stadium, not hand-me-down teams. Chargers could have stayed in San Diego. They had left LA, and then the Raiders ended up in Vegas, which is fine. And then the freaking Rams are back here. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not around LA. It seems like people like the Rams, but like from everything I gather, the LA team that everyone wanted was the Raiders. Like no one, the Chargers were in LA for like 1 year, and the Rams. I mean, I don't know, but
they ended up leaving to St. Louis. Keep them there.
Yeah,
I didn't want them coming back.
Yeah, I'm sure people like him, but I don't know. I always get mad because people misrepresent a lot of the facts because either they say, "Oh, you're mad that they left St. Louis." Well, they were originally in L.A. Like, hey, okay, so you guys were mad about it when it happened, obviously, and now you're like, well, you guys don't get to be mad. But it's also like they always talk about the attendance, like, oh, St. Louis Rams weren't making any money. Like, yeah, because our owner for 5 years was talking about moving the team.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to, you're not going to be selling a lot of season tickets when your owner is just openly saying, yeah, we don't want to be here. I'm going to try and leave the first second I get.
Well, that was the same with the Spanos family and the Chargers, saying we're looking for a better deal somewhere else.
Lame. Yep.
So Charger fans were like, fine, screw it. We're not going to the games anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like I was still sad when the Rams officially announced they were leaving. But even then, like at that point, honestly, at that point, I was rooting for Cam Newton more than I was rooting for anything the Rams were doing, because it was so much of a foregone conclusion. You're like, oh well, you've been disrespecting me for 4 or 5 years now. I'm not excited to watch you guys.
Yeah, Cam Newton, he's quite a train wreck.
Yeah.
Yep.
I always liked him though. I still like him. He's a cool guy. Not a great quarterback right now, but cool guy.
He's all right. He said some things during press conferences that don't make any sense, but
well, I mean, he
got benched recently. I know.
Yeah, but well, that's a whole interesting thing with the Panthers because that's what happened.
He's a Panther again. It's just funny. Yeah.
That's funny because he did good. They had Sam Darnold. He started off the season actually looking good, and then he sucked. And then Cam the guy who they originally had to replace Sam Darnold also sucked. And then they got Cam, who looked good for like 2 games, and then he sucked again. And they replaced him with the guy who originally sucked after Darnold, and he still sucked. So it's just like, what are you gonna do with all that? You got 3 quarterbacks, and none of them are good options.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Again, gentlemen, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate everybody stopping by. If you liked what you saw here, give this video a thumbs up. Leave a comment down in the comment section below. Subscribe to the Pacific414 YouTube channel. And you can find me on social media. All those links are in the description below. I will be adding everybody who is on the panel. I will be adding their links into the description as well. Look for it sometime, possibly tomorrow night. So until then, thank you all very much. Have yourselves a great night and take care.